Check, check, check. Let's turn the sound down out there, see if you can hear. Check, check, check. Down out there, see if you can hear. Check, check, check. Down out there, see if you can hear. Check, check, check. You sound good. I think we're gonna be alright. For anybody that's showing up early, I started streaming early just so we could chit chat with folks out in the world. None of my players have arrived yet, but I've been behind the scenes here tinkering with some things. Trying out our modules, making sure that everything is good to go from my end, hopefully. Put on a little travel music. Let's just see who we got out there. I don't know if Iger, if you're really out there or just lurking. Appreciate it, son, if you are. That did not work as expected. And there it goes. And the dice rolled. I dig it. For those that are showing up early, welcome. I, your host, am just out here futzing around, checking things out. Let's switch over just so folks that come in early can see what I'm playing around with. There we go. So, for those that are around, you are now going to be able to, I am going to be able to request a die roll from chat. I can be specific for a person or not. All I have to do is type !GM 1d20 dice rolls and psh, there it goes. That actually rolls from Twitch out into my VTT. Now that is the bomb diggity. So hopefully those that are out there will come back and hang around, but just wanted to give a little presentation to the 1, 2, or 3 people that were out there watching us, as we're not really live yet, but we're just kind of hanging out here checking stuff out. So let's go back to our audio check scene. Hopefully we'll get players coming in soon. They usually come in like at about 7:29 as the beads of sweat are rolling down my forehead and down the back of my neck, wondering if I'm going to have any players tonight. Well, that's alright. Now that I got the dice roller working, I just have y'all play the game and don't need no players. We are streaming early. For those that are coming in and see the audio check in progress. Still got about 20 minutes before we actually go live. But I just wanted to open up the gates, let people get a good seat, get your beverage of choice, your favorite snack, plop yourself on a comfy chair, put your feet up. Plenty of room for everybody. we'll be getting ready to go here in about 20 minutes. So please don't go away. Or if you do go away, please come back in 20 minutes. Can use all the support we could get. Welcome to anybody that's out there. Appreciate y'all showing up here a little early to show us your love. Certainly hope we don't have a bunch of bots out there running around, although I guess a bot is just as good as a viewer. I'd rather have viewers than bots. Oh, where'd that come from? I don't know if it jumped up loud out on the stream or not, but it just jumped in my headset. There's definitely something wrong with one of my monitors. I don't know. Whenever I click on that monitor, the volume changes drastically. I gotta figure that out. I'm not super hardware techie. I do software all day long, but hardware, no bueno. We're just kind of hanging out here, getting myself set up, making sure that I've got everything that I need to run tonight's game. Of course, as everybody knows, it doesn't matter what I do, I always have something wrong. Missing something, forgetting something, but that's alright. That's why you guys love us and keep coming back to us. Just to see how much more of a shit show we can provide to our viewership. Again, so all of a sudden just the volume just takes off. I have no idea why. Yes, we are streaming. For those that are arrived, you are way early. This is our audio check that we normally do. Right now it's not much of an audio check, it's just more of your host behind the scenes, making sure he's got everything set up that he needs to run tonight's game. Ran through a few checks on some modules that I had installed that weren't working, but I think I got them figured out. So now my audience will be able to roll the dice right from the stream, and it'll show up in our VTT, which I think is pretty cool. Hey, Monkey, what is up, my brother? Thanks for the viewership there, my man. You are my hero. I think if it wasn't for Monkey, we wouldn't have any viewership at all. And Monkey bringing in his powerful host of friends. Appreciate it, brother. Just still hanging out here trying to get stuff set up.
You're my hero.
Hey, what's up, Home Slice? How's it going?
Oh, not much. Just dropped some friends off at the pool. Thought,
Nice.
You're streaming.
Yeah,
What is going on tonight?
not much.
You got a live stream tonight. Oh, what you playing?
Come on, dude, stop it.
Oh, it's been one of these days, man.
Yeah, my day went pretty good. Toward the end, it was getting a little shady because we have some stuff that's going out Monday for a code release, and we found a bug that went all the way through QA, went through all of our dev testing, everything, man, and it got all the way through to, and it was getting ready to be released. And hey, darling Creep Show, what is up? I appreciate it, man.
What up?
I have no idea how you was not following us, but I think probably it's because we are the epitome of shit show, and it's really surprising how anybody follows us. So if it wasn't for Monkey rating me every stream with his incredibly large one viewer audience, I don't know if I would get any people watching my stream at all. So thanks, man. Appreciate the follow back, dude. I really do. Where you streaming tonight?
I'm 10 people in one.
You are. It's like Monkey is like, if one is
Mentally and physically.
Whatever. Hey, darling, you streaming tonight? Because I'm probably gonna, if we run long, then I'm gonna have to have one of you late night. Oh, sweet. So I know who we're gonna raid tonight. Are we gonna be painting? That's what I thought. You've been painting for a while. You need to get that shit done so I can send my mods to you, or my minis to you, and you can paint them too. Because I'm an old fat lazy dude, man. I'll get one of you young energetic folks to paint my shit for me. It's just how we roll.
I can paint your minis.
I know.
Tons of enamel model paint still laying around here.
I am not gonna lie. The very first mini that my wife got me, not back in the day, but like when I really got back into it after I retired and whatnot, and then I started picking up, minis and whatnot, and my wife got me some paints, and they were like, yeah, we could probably use model paints on them. Yeah. Yes, that shit didn't work at all. I completely hosed up that mini, but it was a learning experience. It was like my first one, so I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, those kinds of paint jobs with those kinds of paints, it's like sticking a chocolate bar in a microwave.
Yes, you are not lying at all.
Like, what is that? Oh, it's a blob.
GL Macing in the house. We have two of our players here. I know that Jacob will be here. Hey, brother, what is going on?
I'm done.
I am so glad that you're here tonight, because your question that you sent me in private is going to probably encompass about the first half of tonight's game. So now I have something to do. I have no idea what we were going to do tonight, but now I have something to do.
That's good.
Yeah.
Das ist ein Durchschreibrak.
Look at this. Well, you've got Google Translate on a browser somewhere, don't you? And you're typing shit in so you can learn to read.
No, I just know how to say a few words, and I just made up the last one. I don't know what the last one was. Like, that sounds German.
So,
how are they going to know that to speak German?
So I want you guys to check this out. I'm going to switch over, for those out in the stream, I know we got about 12 minutes before we start, but I'm going to switch over to the in-game so you guys can see the VTT. So I want to show you this mod that I've got added onto here. And so we tried to use this last week, but we're going to be using it this week. So I can actually go in here and I can just go, let's say 1D20. And darling, if you're still watching our stream, I'd appreciate it. If you would be the one to execute this. You see it says now in the chat, the GM is requesting the viewer to roll. Type GM space 1D20. So darling, if you would do that, just hit GM space 1D20 and poof, you watch Darling Creepshow roll the die 20 and it showed up in our VTT. So now one of the rewards that I have given you guys is you can spend your Perrenland tokens. Yes, ma'am. Crit, baby. You can now spend your tokens to roll for a player. And so we're going to talk about that when we actually go live for Rizzle. But I thought that was pretty cool. I got it working.
If one of you viewers get me killed, I will make the most obnoxious elf you have ever heard. I mean it.
Yeah, right. I dig it. So I'm going to go back to the audio check so we can get ready to start. So, yeah, it is actually a really cool mod. So our chat, like, you know, we can do chat that when you go in the, if you type some text and then hit it with an emote or add an emote to it, that will actually send up to our in-game chat. So our players can actually, and our players can type in-game chat and it'll show up in Twitch. Right. So there's a couple times it still wonks out on me and whatnot, but for me, I wanted the dice roller because that's the most important one. I can let people actually roll dice from the VTT into, and once you use it, like if I request it and then somebody does it, you can't do it anymore after that, right? So it has to be, it's like a one-time request from the DM, and I can actually request a specific person to do it. So I could have said, you know, the DM's requesting Darling Creepshow to roll 1D20. You would still do the same thing, but nobody else can do it. Only that person can, which is sort of going to be the impetus behind, hey, I want to buy a dice roll for one of the players. So we'll see how that goes. So hopefully we will get Jacob in here so we'll at least have 4. We'll have 4 players. Adam, who plays Paviskro, is going to be late. And Ragnar, unfortunately, is probably not going to be here because he did something like work late or did something with his mom and ended up yesterday and then worked all day. And he just feels that he'd be too burned out. So it's all good.
Ooh, can I play him?
Nah. You know me. I love playing party members. That's my favorite thing in the world.
Sure, I'll stick my hand in the box.
That's it. That's it. I don't know that weird demon mouth with the black gapping opening stuff. I want to crawl through it just to see what it was. So I appreciate everybody that's showing up a little early tonight. I started streaming a little early just because I wanted to test the mods and whatnot. So we definitely appreciate you guys showing up out here. Actually, I forgot to do that. I have to give the raider shout out here to Monkey. Thank you so much for the raid. And then we're gonna do a shout out. Where is she? There she is. We're gonna shout out. If you guys haven't checked out Darling Creepshow's stream, you are missing out. What?
She got.
No, she did not. Where is it? She better not have. What did she say? I turned off just about all of the. She's untimed out now. I don't know what happened.
You said the word lurk.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I was pretty long. I didn't get a chance to read it all.
Yeah, I didn't even see what it said. I was like, what did she do? Yeah, I don't know. Fail my part. I have no idea. I'm wondering if it thinks you put too much text in there. You just typed too big of a message, but you know what? Yeah, I appreciate it, darling. Get yourself ready. We will.
Ooh, what kind of mini are you gonna paint?
She's gonna paint my. I told you she's gonna paint my blue dragon. I told her I'm gonna send it to her, and she's gonna paint it for me.
You know what? I still have my
'Cause she
lead.
likes me better than you. She
I
likes
have
me
my-
better than you.
I still have my lead, chromatic dragon, and platinum dragon. I still haven't painted.
Nice.
After all these years.
Dude, it's no worry, darling. It's all right. You know, no big deal at all.
Here I thought I was bad for not having painted my Flesh Eater Quartz army that I bought just before COVID. You guys
Right?
Yeah, I got lids
Yeah.
from 1980 something that I haven't even painted yet.
Right. Exactly.
And I knew when I started playing D&D again, live session, I
Yeah.
came into my friend's session. He was hosting at his house about 3-4 years ago. And everyone brought their minis. And they looked at mine and they go, oh, man, that's cool. What is that, metal? And I go, yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know everyone had plastic. I thought everything was
Yeah.
still lead.
Yeah. See where
pretty
we're
funny.
at. So it looks like we're waiting on Monkey. Not Monkey.
No,
on,
I'm here.
on Jacob. I mean, sorry. So we're waiting on Jacob.
And I can't believe you said
And yeah, no. Well, you guys are so
Highlander, man. There can only be one monkey, man. Come on.
Yeah, that beholderkin that you were making, it will look really, really sweet. Really sweet. She kept showing everybody its tongue. It's like, okay, we get it. You have a tongue fetish. Just stop. It's okay.
She got me inspired, man. I'm going to start painting these
I
too.
know, man. It makes me feel crappy because I've got all of these minis just sitting there waiting to be painted. My son for Christmas got a he got me that blue dragon. It's sweet, you know. But I haven't even taken it out of the box yet. I'm like, I haven't even painted the other 500 minis I got. Why am I gonna start this big one?
I won my first prize from Jay. I won me that graveyard set, that ultimate graveyard set they had for 3D printing. I printed most of it out. I got 2 more pieces to print. I haven't painted that. And then I won that big old arena.
Oh, you won that.
Yeah, but I haven't printed it yet.
That is awesome. Yeah, I actually got, I get the emails all the time from these Patreons and whatnot. Said, hey, $15 you can get like 70 plus minutes, but they have one and it comes with like all the STLs for this huge ass pirate ship. And I'm like, oh, how sweet would that be to paint that bad boy and just put it up on a shelf on my wall.
Right.
It looks pretty sweet too. And I have a resin printer, so it's really detailed printing too.
See, that's what I'm gonna get next is a resin printer. I bought this other printer and it's really big.
Right.
And I got a lot of STLs, man, but I just haven't had time to print since I moved over to my mom's house.
Yeah.
And when I sold my house, that was the last time I printed my house, and then now I gotta recalibrate it and all that. But it's set up. I just haven't had time to print.
Yeah.
Because the pieces I have, I need to watch because they're like 8 hours,
Yeah. All right. Getting ready to go live here. Probably another couple minutes. Hopefully we get a bunch of people streaming in here tonight. But if we don't, that's okay. We had Darling Creepshow show up, so that's like second only to Lord Gazumba himself hitting my stream. So I think that's pretty badass awesome.
Yep.
I can put that on my wall now. It's like you kind of have this honeydew list. Like I want Lord Kazumba here. I want Monkey here. I want Darling Creepshow here. Boom. Now, if I get Little Bones and Darling Creepshow on the same day, I think that's going to be like the penultimate of shit. All right. Let's see if we can't kick this thing off. I got to figure out how long I think the music is like 2:17. So we're going to start it anyway, just because that's what I want to do. Here we go, folks. Stand by.
Check.
Hey, Jake.
How's it going?
Good.
I just got home about 20 minutes ago.
Woo! And he made it just in time to go live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Perrenland Adventures. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together with the finest gamers that the interwebs has to offer. Well, at least in the 5th edition realm. I don't know about other games. I don't play too many others. I do have a 1st edition game, which for those that follow us with any regularity know that we're here every Monday night, 7:30 till give or take 11:30-ish, playing 1st edition Dungeons & Dragons in the Greyhawk setting, of course. And of course, every other Friday night, which today is our other Friday night, we are here on our 5th edition game set in the country of Perrenland, also in the world of Greyhawk setting. So if you want to get your Greyhawk fix, you know where to come to. But I will remind you that we don't do this to entertain you, because if you follow us, as I said, with any regularity, you know we are a shit show on wheels, man. We are. If we could screw up a stream, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it extremely badly. So hopefully things will go relatively smooth tonight. We are without one of our players, as Ragnar, unfortunately, is not going to make it tonight, I don't think. And I also know that Baviskro, while he says he's going to make it, he's probably going to be late, because unfortunately for those guys, they have jobs. And so you need to be like me and have a job that you can work when you want, right? So don't get one of those regularly scheduled jobs, man. Get a job where you can slide your hours left or right or up or down or whatever it is, so you can be wherever you need to be on time, ready to go. So
Hey, now I have a regularly scheduled job. I show up at 7 o'clock in the morning every day, and I get home at somewhere between 4 and 8 o'clock at night every night.
That's right. Yeah, and Jacob is one of those guys that we bitch at all the time, saying, why the fuck do they have to do construction in the middle of the goddamn rush hour? I don't understand it. So
That is not me.
Close
I'm the one
enough.
opening the manhole in the middle of rush hour.
Close enough. So we want to welcome everybody to tonight's stream of episode 21 of Perrenland Adventures. Like I said, Monday and every other Friday, we are here. So hopefully you'll be able to check us out. If you haven't clicked the follow button, please do so. We're trying to get our stream numbers up. Darling Creep Show, the one and only Darling Creep Show, just brazed our right past us. She kind of did a drive-by, and she just kind of waved, and she hit the follow button on her way through. And
Bye, have a great time.
So now my day is made. If nothing else goes right tonight, the fact that we got Darling Creep Show to click that follow button makes me extremely pleased and happy. And if you haven't checked out her stream, you really need to check it out, man. She does some... Well, what I like it when she's painting minis, you can also watch TV. So she puts on like a movie, one of these old classic black and white type movies, man. She just finds some really off the wall weird shit, man. So you definitely need to check it out. Hey, Corvus, appreciate that. Man.
Your bot's broke.
Huh?
Your bot's broke.
How was my bot
Your
broke?
bot just sent 4 messages.
Did it?
Yeah.
You know what? And that's weird. And that's not actually, I don't know what does that, but for whatever reason, now you've subscribed 4 times. So now I like it. So you've just bought yourself 4 subscriptions. I appreciate it.
You ain't getting $20 out. No, $16. You ain't getting
whatever it comes
$16
out
out
to
of me.
be.
I do math all day. Fuck off.
All right. So anyway, let's see if we can't get through the intro stuff so we can actually get into tonight's game. So if you follow the stream, of course, or any stream, you know that you earn various tokens, and other streams allow you to trade tokens in for various things. Here at Perrenland Adventures, we have our Perrenland Gross Marks, which are a fancy name for a platinum coin. You turn your coins in, and what you can do then is buy a natural 1 or a natural 20 for the party itself, or for an individual party member, or if you want to give it to the DM, you can. All you have to do is, like I said, trade your tokens in, and then just put in chat who you want that to go to, and we'll make a note of it. And then the next time that the players roll, if they need, they can swap out any dice roll with whatever that purchased roll is. So, for example, if I hit them with a nat 20 and they happen to have a nat 1 on hand, they can say, no, I want to swap out the DM's natural 20 for a nat 1. Or most case, what usually happens is they have a nat 20 on hand and they really need something to go well, so they'll just say we're going to trade in at this nat 20. So you buy that for them. The only stipulation is they have to have it prior to them actually needing it. So like if I hit them and then you come back and say, oh no, I want to go ahead and buy them a dice roll, that it doesn't work that way. You got to have it ahead of time. Something new that we also added a couple streams ago. It's been sort of a flaky thing. Haven't had anybody actually use it yet, but I got it at least working for the most part. Is you can spend tokens to actually buy the opportunity to roll a dice for a player. So, for example, if you spend your tokens, right now it's set at 5,000. If you spend those tokens, you can tell me that, hey, I want to roll for Nilo. And the very next dice roll that Nilo has to roll, what happens is I will send a message to chat for you. You will roll the dice because the script that I use is looking for you to roll it for me. And then you can roll the dice in Twitch chat, and it will actually roll the dice out on the VTT. And I just want to give an example. I just did it a little bit ago for those that were kind of hanging out early, but I'm going to do it again. So I'm just going to send this 1d20 request down to chat. All right, and as you can see in the chat, hey, Iger, appreciate it, dude. So now, Iger, if you would do me the honor, since you just bought them a natural 1, go ahead and run this script for me. Type !GM space 1d20. If you would do that for me real quick, Iger, and then we'll show you what'll happen. So basically, this is how it would work, is I would send this script to chat, and you can see Iger just rolled and he got a 9, and the dice roll actually shows up in the VTT. So like I said, if you want to spend your coin, that will give you the opportunity to roll for the player. So it's just one of those things. If you guys want to do, feel free. The only thing is, like I said, you're going to have to let us know who that player is, and we're going to have to keep on top of that, because I tend to forget about nat 1s and nat 20s. Players usually don't, but I tend to. But you're going to have to keep me honest. If you turn in coins to roll the dice for somebody, you're going to have to remind us if we forget. So with that all that being said, man, I appreciate you guys showing up tonight. As I said, if you have not clicked that tip or have not clicked the follow button, please do so. Could definitely use subscriptions. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, we're always looking to boost our numbers here. Every dime we make goes right back into the stream, so we appreciate all the love that you guys give us that way. And last but not least, if you're not one of those ones that likes the recurring subscriptions and whatnot that Twitch does, you can still go to the tip jar. If you go to our about page right here on Twitch, just go down to the about page. You'll see that we've got a tip jar there. You can click that tip and you can actually donate directly to the stream. So that goes right to us. It does not go through Twitch. So it's actually a little better in the sense that, Twitch takes like a 50% cut or whatever it is. But yeah, man, there's just a bunch of different ways you can help support our stream. But to be honest, the fact that you guys are just here watching as we fumble our way through this adventure is more than appreciated. If you do like Greyhawk, there is the Greyhawk Creatives, of which we are a part, run by the channel of Lord Kazumba. He created a sort of a umbrella academy of Greyhawk content. If you go to twitch.tv/team/Greyhawk Creatives, again, you can get that link right on our about page. You can go right there and you can see all the different streamers that handle Greyhawk content, from Lord Kazumba to, I think, Blue Box RPG is out there. Of course, Anna Meyer's channel's out there. We encourage you to go check out and spread all of the love. So, all that being said, let's talk about what happened previously, because we do stream every other week and sometimes we forget. Our party, having returned to Kreistrich after they destroyed the Sturgeon Blood Totem, discovered that a young gnome by the name of Mina, of who the party was very familiar and very fond, had gone missing again. And this wasn't the first time that the party had to go out looking for her. The first time they found her trapped from her flying contraption when it crashed into some trees and she was stuck in some spider webs up there. This time, her and a friend, the son of Torben Ironboot, who runs the mines in Kreistrich. His son and Mina went exploring some old mine caves that had been abandoned. They were called the Caves of Silence. No one really knew why until the party went and investigated, but they discovered that there were some hideously grotesque creatures along with several spiders, including a phase spider, which the party managed to take out along with all of its cohorts. And they cleaned out the area and discovered Mina stuck in those webs along with her friend, the young Iron Boot boy. And so cleaning that out, they left back for Kreistrich. And in their possession, they had found a signet ring that apparently belonged to one of the miners that had died in the mines many, many years ago. The party encountered him in the form of a spirit who said he was looking for his family heirloom, which was this ring. And the party found it in the lair of the spider. So as they returned to Traft, gave their account of what had happened in the tunnels and caverns beneath the Klatspur Mountains where they destroyed the totem, they decided to start looking into this weird signet ring that they had found, because it just kind of caught their eye. For whatever reason, it was just an interesting, had sort of a crest on it along with a letter G embossed on it. And so they did a little bit of a digging, and they discovered that ring belonged to a family called the Grossmildens. The Grossmilden family were a group of miners who managed a copper mine, or a mine of some sort, within the Klatspur Mountains, of course, so it wasn't too far away. But the town that used to hold the mines apparently had befallen on hard times. There was a huge cave-in that killed most of the miners, and then as time went on, strange things began to occur. People began disappearing. People left of their own accord because of the fact that they didn't want to be one of the missing and what's going on. And so the party, in their research of the Library of Traft as well as the local historical society, found a book that was written in the form of fiction, but apparently it was taken from true accounts and remembrances of people who had used to live in or around or near Vermeulen. And so the party has decided that they are going to take up the search for this. The last known location of Vermeulen was in the hills to the east of a town called Vostren. And Vostren is about perhaps 100 miles, not quite 100 miles, due east of the city of Traft. So in good weather, in good travel conditions, it's probably about a 4-day ride between the city of Traft and the town of Vostren. And so when last we left our party, they were engaged in conversations about whether or not they were going to go there. And then at the end, it was decided that they were going to go investigate and go to Vostren, see if they could poke around to find any remnants of the Grossmilden family so that they might return this heirloom to the family itself. But more importantly, perhaps they might be able to find out where Vermeulen lies in the hills and what may have become of that former mining village. And so we find ourselves now, the 22nd day of readying in the common year 586, as your party sits in the Phoenix, which is the tavern inn that you guys now stay at in the early morning light as the sun is coming up. You're enjoying your breakfast in the common room as the servant boys and girls run rampant around you, as the crowd is rather large due to the fact that it's early morning, obviously, and we have people heading off to work. We have the night shift getting off of work, and so breakfast is always a busy time, particularly as you guys are near the wharfs. And that's where we're going to pick up tonight's episode. So I'd like to welcome everybody once again. Party.
Hello.
Hey, Excel. How you doing, man? So then, Party.
Hello. Sorry.
What
I
do
thought
we
I was
wish to
muted.
do? Nope. What do we wish to do?
Well, I am going. Is there like a signboard, like, you go to, and nowadays you go into a grocery store and, oh, look, this person's selling puppies or what have you. Is there something
Right.
like that in this inn or
As far
nearby there?
as selling puppies, no.
No, I mean as
No.
far as notices, people looking for work or people
He's
looking
looking
to do
for a notice
something.
board.
Yeah.
Yes. So most of the large taverns and inns and whatnot do have some kind of a notice board. Not only of people looking for work, but people looking for workers. I have, need a strong hand to come help me clear out the rats and whatnot in my basement, or sellsword looking for, to sell his services for the right price, stuff like that. Yes, there are definitely those that are about.
I'm going to put up a notice that I'm looking for someone, I'm looking for a veteran who's looking for a job that involves travel and steady pay.
Okay. So most of them aren't really necessarily, the ones that you see aren't necessarily saying they're looking for travel or whatever, but they're just saying strong arm, willing to work for the right price, rates negotiable, stuff like that, right? So definitely there are those that are about.
Okay. I will grab the 2 or 3 that sound most likely and go about trying to contact them.
Okay, hang on just a second.
Yeah.
So you grab the 3, and all 3 of them are basically what you're looking for, right? In need of work, experienced hand, experienced with animals, experienced with a sword, looking for work, right? And so all of them sort of point you back to, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it the Adventurers Guild. It's not really an Adventurers Guild, but it is typically a guild where mercenary soldiers, Nilo, you are quite familiar with this location because a lot of the former Pax Mercury that you used to run with have used this place. Think of it as like a hostel. Passers-by in and out, not necessarily staying in town, but they need a flop house to stay at because they're going wherever, like say from here they're going back to the combat zone, or they're going towards Schwarzenbruen, which is in the central of the country, etc. But this little hostel kind of caters to soldier types, in particular the Pax Mercury, and so you are very familiar with this place, and you're actually very familiar with Janus, Janus, who actually runs the hostel. And so once you see that on the board, you're like, oh, well, I know where that's at.
Yeah, I'll probably help him out get there.
Okay. If it's on the way, I'd like to stop by where I picked up Oleg last game session and see if they have any more puppies from the same litter. Or
yes.
any puppy.
Yeah. So we kind of discussed that. I'm not going to have to work through all that. We're just going to assume that you purchased 2 instead of 1.
Okay.
And
I'll mark off that point.
Just need to deduct the additional same cost.
All right.
Actually,
I'll also have a range.
What did you pay for the dog the last time? I forgot what we agreed on.
5 silver.
5 silver. The second one's 4 silver. He's going to give you a bonus silver piece off for buying 2.
Okay. And I'll also have arranged for the leather armor for the second one also.
Okay. Yep. So that'll be just double the price then. No discount there. So as you work your way through town, the weather today is actually fairly nice. When you consider, again, like I said, today is the 22nd day of readying, and so it is Star Day. It's cold, but in the town you don't really get the breezes and stuff. So while the temperature itself might be in the mid or the low 20s, it's a little bit overcast. The breeze is what normally makes it really cold. So you guys have the warm weather gear on and stuff, and so you can handle the cold. It's just when that breeze starts going, it really kind of bites through. But fortunately, the walls of the city now block those breezes. But you can see out on the lake as you walk down the riverfront, or the waterfront, I should say, as you look off and you see the docks and all the ships sort of bobbing in the harbor. You can see the breeze out there forming choppy waves, and so it looks like it's going to be a cold day for the rest of the day, but at least it's not like blistering cold like sometimes up in the mountains it had been. And as you walk your way through town, eventually you arrive at what they call the Pax Hostalia, and it is run by an individual by the name of Janice Garand. And as you sort of step in, you see it literally is just like a hostel, right? There's a flight of stairs going upstairs, and there's a hallway leading all the way into the back, and it's almost like a dorm room on the first floor. And then upstairs, although you can't see, you do know, Nilo, that it's very similar upstairs, right? It's like an upstairs part of the dorm. And as you step in, you are greeted by a young fellow, sort of foppish looking. He's got this sort of flop hat on. You could see his ears are slightly pointed, although not full point of an elf. He's very slim in build. He has leather attire on, and you could see that in his high leather boots, he has a pair of daggers, one on each side. And as he sort of steps up, he's like, "Greetings. What, are you looking for, a room to stay, perhaps?"
No, I'm looking to hire someone. I'm going to set the 3 notices on whatever is nearby. These 3 were posted at the Phoenix Inn, and I was looking for them.
Yes. Garth and Eddie and Samuel. Yes, they're all, they travel together all the time. Yes, please wait. 1 second, please. And he goes up the stairs and disappears into the dark hallway. And as he does this, an older fellow comes out. He has a very thick, heavy, almost like a Viking beard look to him. He has his walking kind of reminds you of a northern individual, somebody very hardy, rugged in the mountains, and I liken them to old Vikings or whatnot. As he sort of steps up, he's not wearing armor any kind, but he has a tight tunic sort of tucked in at his waist, is just starting to pudge out a little bit, not quite the fitness perhaps that he was back in the day, but you could see that in his day he was probably rather fit and muscled. Now in his older age, it's begun to sag just a little bit. His eyes have sort of that weariness, although they are a light sort of blue and a piercing sort of color. His hair is salt and peppered and sort of oiled back against his skull. As he sort of steps in and he squints and he looks, "Nilo, is that you? My dear, where have you been?" And you recognize Janice Garand, the owner of the hostel, somebody with whom you have dealt with in the past in your previous life as the Pax Mercury, having stayed here periodically. And he walks up and immediately in his arms, he's probably about 6 foot tall, so he's right around your height or so, and he sort of wraps his arms around you and tries to draw you in for a big hug. You can smell the alcohol on his breath, and you can smell the spicy cologne that he's got sort of overly dabbed on him. And as he pulls away, he goes, "What are you doing here? You wish a room for you for free. For all you have done for my country, you stay for free. You, your friends, can stay for free. Come, we find you your old room." "Okay."
Janice! She gives him a big old hug back. "It's good to see you again."
Yes.
Right. Actually, are we on our way out, or?
Well, that was up to you guys, right? So the
It's going to take a couple days. I'm waiting for armor and weapons to get made and that kind of thing.
Right.
I appreciate the offer. We actually already have rooms paid
Oh.
for. But
Paid for.
I will remember this for next time.
Of course. You are welcome
Good to
here
see
all
you
the
again,
time.
though.
You know this. Yes, it's good to see you. So what brings you to then is you have something here that perhaps you left, or some information perhaps you are seeking.
My friend Desmond here is looking for some extra muscle.
He sort of snaps to and clicks his heels together just like an old soldier might, and he reaches his hand out, and if you take it, he grips it, and it is a tight grip. As he sort of looks, he goes, "If you are a friend of this one, you are a friend of Perrenland for sure. You sure are welcome anytime in my hostel. Is these friends with you too?" As in turn, he goes by and he grabs each one of your hands, looking you directly in the eye, Tarikas, as he sort of shakes his hand, or shakes your hand. "A follower of the faith is a good man." And of course, he does the same with Ragnar and Paviskuro, greeting you all in turn. It takes a couple of minutes before the young lad who greeted you at the door come back down, and Janice sort of looks at the boy. He goes, "I will handle this. You may go." And the boy just sort of nods and says, "Okay," and disappears into the back. And coming down the stairs are three, I don't want to say middle-aged, but they're not old, but they're not young, gentlemen. All of them dressed in plain clothes, straight like white tunics, sort of tied off at the sleeves, open collared, leather breeches on with boots on and whatnot. You can see though that they've got scars on like their hands and their faces and whatnot, so you can tell that they have probably seen at least some form of combat. And the fact that they're here in a hostel that sort of caters to the Pax Mercury, you know that they have probably seen their fair share of combat. And Janice sort of stands and goes, "Let me introduce to you, please. This is Mr. Garth Palehorn. Is this Mr. Eddie Grift? And this is Samuel D'Agato. They are three of my residents here. They are hard workers. They work for me sometimes, although not in the soldier capacity, more of cleaning and stall mucking and things of this nature, but good men all. You could not do much better if you're seeking men to supplement your group, as you will."
What I'm looking for is someone who can carry a weapon in a pinch, but mostly carry gear and hold a torch and handle dogs on leashes for combat.
All the guys kind of look around at each other like, yeah, sure, yeah, we can do that for sure. Yeah, okay, no
Now,
problem.
originally I came here thinking that I was only looking for one man, but you three seem kind of like a package deal.
Oh,
So
we do travel together, sir, but surely if you only need one, then you pick which you wish to go, and others will find
well,
work.
that kind of depends on what kind of wages we can negotiate. I was thinking 1 gold piece a month plus 1 silver piece any day that we fight.
Oh,
And I cover your room, board, and your equipment.
Will we be required to fight?
Only if you're threatened yourself. I prefer you stay back and basically, like if we're in a dungeon or a mine, you hold a torch and stay out of reach.
So is this then 1 gold piece per man per day, or
Yes.
is this
1 gold piece per man per month?
per month?
Yes.
So this is not
With a
very
1
good
silver piece
wages.
bonus. With a 1 silver piece bonus anytime that there's combat, whether you have to swing a sword or not.
Yes, I understand that, but 1 gold piece per month, that is very, very squalid. How could a man live on such a thing?
Out of character. what would be a standard wage for this type of job?
Somebody typically when you're looking at hirelings, you're looking at a modest for a soldier, right? You're looking at a modest living expense.
All right.
And so
And
modest living expense is a gold piece a day.
Okay.
gold piece a day. All right.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that he knew that, because I got a feeling there was a little bit of a disconnect there.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a little bit.
Yep.
That's kind of
However,
worked
yeah. So
earlier.
okay. Yeah. So what I'm looking at is if you for a soldier, typically you're looking at a gold piece a day because they're soldiers. They're expected to do soldier things. Now, if you wanted to go a little less than that, which is, I forget what it is. It's not modest, but it's one below modest. I think that's
poor.
It's like poor. So that's like whatever. There's one silver piece a day or something like that. So that would work out to be about 3 gold per month, as opposed to 1 gold. So if you wanted all 3, it would be 9 gold per month. That said, you're giving them a bonus, so I think they would be willing, as long as you're saying they don't have to fight regularly. Like, obviously somebody's going to fight if they are attacked or
They just
whatever.
have to defend themselves.
Right. You're not expecting them to run in and kick down doors and be the frontline fodder.
Why don't we do the? Why don't I make this offer to you gentlemen then? Say 3 gold. You said 3 gold pieces a month for the non-combat positions, basically.
Right.
Why don't, which would come up for all 3 of them, would come out to 9 gold pieces total.
Yep.
Why don't I pay you all collectively 10 gold pieces a month?
Okay.
Plus the bonus we discussed.
Okay.
I arm and equip you.
Okay.
And I cover your room and board, and I'm going to pay you 3 months in advance.
Oh.
So I'm going to give you, the 3 of you right now, 30 gold pieces.
We have a deal. We have a deal.
I'll count out 30 gold pieces right there in front of everyone, so that way Giannis can see that I've paid them fairly.
Yep.
And if there's any need for witnesses. And I'm also going to say to them that my other offer is, if you will tell Giannis here, your next of kin, if anything happens to you, I'll pay your wages to your next of kin also.
Okay. That'll work.
With a 1 month death benefit for any of you that falls for any reason.
Man,
I don't care if you catch a sniffle and choke.
Gotcha. Nice.
If you're working for me, your family will get a benefit. Now, do any of you have any officer or leadership experience of the 3 of you?
No, sir.
Which one looks like the burliest of them, or closest to my size, I should say?
Probably Eddie. Eddie is a little taller than the other ones. Garth seems to be the one that is like more outspoken of the 3. Eddie and Samuel being sort of like the sidekicks, but Eddie is more the burly looking type.
Okay. I am going to reach into my backpack and rummage around, pull out my chain shirt that I have not sold yet.
Yep.
Hold it out, kind of like I'm sizing it up for him. So, you willing to go with this to start with?
What did you give him? Sorry.
Chain shirt.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'll be looking for probably studded leather for the other 2 of you. Okay. I'll be going to the market soon to get your gear. I'll need to know what kind of weapons you would prefer. I was thinking light crossbows and short swords.
Yes, that was gonna be perfect. They're definitely with the swords. Not really great with the ranged weapons. They never had to do the crossbow thing, but they are knowledgeable enough to use them. But definitely the short swords are their preferred weapon of choice.
Okay. Then we have a deal.
We have a deal.
And in fact, tell you what, I'm going to give them between them. Let's see, I gotta look up the regular prices for things real quickly. I'm thinking I'm gonna let them do their own shopping.
It's a good thing that they that you offloaded that stuff you were gonna buy instead, so you had money left.
Yes. All right, exactly. Let's see here. Short swords are 10 gold. Light crossbows are 25. So for right now, we're going to go with. I'm going to give the 3 of them 50 more gold pieces, which
Okay.
pretty well taps me out for now.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell them to get themselves some armor, shields, and short swords,
Okay.
along with backpacks and some
Before they
rations, that kind
go,
of thing.
Okay. Got it.
let me double check some real quick.
They can do this.
And I'm going to remove that chain shirt from my inventory.
Gotcha.
If any of you fall short of essentials, let me know. I would be willing to compensate the excess. I would like to make sure that everyone in our group is well equipped.
Very well.
I don't think anybody should be falling short with the amount of coin exchanging hands, but I want to make sure that's clear. If you have any essentials you still need to get, do not be afraid to ask.
Very well, Mom. We can do this.
And we are staying at the Phoenix Inn, so when you've equipped yourself, report there to let us know that you're ready. And we will probably be staying out in the next 2 days when some other gear that I've arranged for is finished.
Okay. So, in the interim, is there anything that you guys want to do over the next 2 days?
What happened with the temple? Because I was having horrible connection issues, as you saw.
As far as, what do you mean?
The Miriam's temple, the Wanderer's temple.
Right.
I took some coin there and I gave it to them, and I went to go talk to the person in charge of it, so that they gave him a journal so they can give it to Miriam next time they saw her.
You mean to Hyacinth?
Oh, Hyacinth, yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I have a human 5e monk in another game that acts
Totally
and
okay.
looks almost exactly like Hyacinth.
It is
hilarious.
Totally okay. Totally all right. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I don't really recall, there wasn't really that much to it. It was just that Hyacinth had left because there had been something about her brother, and she went up into the mountains to the northeast, where her old monastery used to be, because apparently they were starting to rebuild it or whatever. So she went back there to see if maybe somebody there knew more information about her brother, but apparently something very upsetting about her brother came along and she took off after him. So that's all that they knew, and I think that's all we really kind of talked about.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was Desiree was the name of the monk who ran the temple, and they call it the Reprieve of the Wanderer. It's just a little small, 1-room, 2-room temple dedicated to Farlingen, and she was a schoolmate of Hyacinth, which is how you guys knew her. So anyway, we now have 3 hirelings. Let me make a note of that. And we'll have to get
Could you put their names in the Discord so I don't forget them?
Yeah. Do that, otherwise I'll forget to do it. And I'm going to put it under the Perrenland notes. Is that okay?
That's awesome.
There we go. Alrighty. So, anything else that you guys want to do over the next couple of days? And before I forget, welcome everybody out there into Interwebs World. For those that just joined us, please, if you have not clicked that follow button, I'm going to beg, borrow, and steal until I get to my 200. We are at 155 now, slowly working our way up. So yeah, man, tell your friends, families, coworkers, come check us out. Hit the like, follow button. Hit the little bell thingy, whatever it is. I don't even know. I know that's like, it's like I tell people to do stuff. I don't think I've looked at Twitch too often to see what I actually have to do. I just know I click follow, and then I know you guys are. Oh, a nat 20 for the party. So that's like the second one, right?
Yeah, we got 2 now.
Yeah, so you got party now has 2 nat 20s. I guess I should note that. times 2. All right. So the party now has 2 nat 20s. Thanks for that, Agamron. Appreciate it, by the way. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate you're able to make it as always. And so you now have your second dog, Desmond, and you also have the hirelings. Is there anything that the party wants to do over the next couple of days while we're waiting for Desmond's armor and all of his other equipment to be manufactured and completed? No? Tarikas? Nothing for you?
No, I'm new in this place, so he doesn't really know anybody, so he's kind of just following everyone's lead.
Right.
And just just observing things, and we'll respond when addressed to.
Okay. Yep. So Traft itself is a large walled city that sits on the large lake. It's called Lake Quag. It's spelled Quag, but it's pronounced Quag. It is a very bustling port town because it is the largest city on the eastern side of Perrenland. And so you can see ships from all over the different cantons, a canton being a state. So there's ships from all over the place that kind of come in and out of this port and whatnot. So definitely a lot going on, especially in the area. The Phoenix Feather is where you guys are staying. We call it the Phoenix for short. So that's where you guys are staying. It is near the waterfront. It's not on the waterfront, but it is near the waterfront, and it's up on a hill. The roads sort of slope up into the center of town as they swoop down to the waterfronts and whatnot. So you can kind of get a good view. Think of it as San Francisco looking over the bay, in some of those towns with the high hills and whatnot as they're sort of looking out over the bay. You can see all the ships and whatnot bobbing away out there and stuff. So it's a very bustling town as far as medieval towns go. And so really nothing much goes on over the next couple of days as we arrive at the 24th day of readying Common Year 586. The days themselves have been consistently cold, mid-20s, low 30s, down into the teens, sometimes lower, sometimes just a touch higher. But the winter is letting you know that it is still here, even though we are in the month of cold even. In the month of readying, which is the second month of the year. And so when all is said and done, Desmond, you retrieve from the manufacturers the armor and whatnot that you had made for you, and it is a perfect fit. It is well made, is well crafted, well worth the coin that you spent in order to get the armor. So go ahead and update your inventory.
I was gonna say that one thing that Tarikas is going to do whenever he has an opportunity is going to go to a local tailor and look for some really heavy clothing for like hard weather.
Okay. So within the town themselves, they have the marketplaces and they have various clothiers and whatnot. And so it's very easy for you to find what you're looking for. But I do want you to give me an investigation check because you are new in town and it may take you a little bit to find somebody, and based on your investigation could determine the cost that is it's going to be for the goods that you're looking for.
Very well.
Ha ha ha! Look at there. Natural 20. Who would have thought? So searching around town. Yeah, exactly. See, if you were like me, you would have these special sound effects on your dice rolls, but that's okay. Searching around town is actually fairly easy to find a lot of the things that you're looking for. Like I said, there are a lot of clothiers. There's one large marketplace with a couple smaller market places that sort of like impromptu around different stores and shops that have like sidewalk type of sales, if you will, going on out there. But in one particular case, you find a businessman not too far from the Phoenix Feather where you're staying that actually specializes in cold weather type of gear. And you find that he has some heavy bear cloaks He has like wolf pelt boots, or boots that are wrapped in wolf pelt and whatnot that are very very well fashioned and look like they would stand up, under the rigors of being outdoors in the snow and whatnot. And so he has various like mink oils and whatnot available for you to sort of rub down leather in order to help waterproof things like that. He also has non-clothing gear like fishing stuff and nets. He has things like flint and steel for helping of starting of fires, and little fire stick packs that you can put down, and they're like tinder for a fire, right? But they come in these little packs that you can buy, and they help you start fires out in the wilderness and whatnot. And so it looks like everything that he has in this little place caters to what you would consider like mountaineering or cold weather, etc. And the fellow himself is a rather he's old, probably in his 70s. His skin is really, really browned and leathered and cracked. His eyes are like almost squinting, and he's got like big bushy white eyebrows. His face is sort of half shaven. His teeth look to be like not all there. So he's got a couple gaps here and there, whether from age or from wilderness life, you aren't sure. But everything that he has in here seems to be quality gear, as he sort of like walks up and spits down on the ground. So
would we be all together?
I'm assuming that he was off on his own, kind of looking, but okay. I suppose.
No big deal.
Yep. As he sort of spits onto the floorboards and stuff, it's a dusty shop, but like I said, he has just piles of stuff kind of everywhere, and he looks at. Goes, so what were you looking for? You want something maybe for the mountains, or maybe something for the rivers, or for the lake? You look like perhaps you're not been out in the cold or the winter too much here in the countryside. Maybe we can change that for you, yeah?
Yes, I'm looking for something that's going to keep me and my tenders warm.
Mm-hmm. And is this something for the big bulbous noggin that you have between your shoulders? Or is this just something for the big fat body that's underneath that big fat noggin?
Well, since you're the expert in this clothing and fine material, imagine me in the mountains. High up in the mountains. What clothing would I need?
I did not know we had a butter troop coming through my store. This shop is so funny. No, for serious, I think perhaps to make you look imposing as well, we put the big bear cloak over the top of you. Perhaps a cap of some kind to put on your head to cover your ears. But if you need to, you can take the cloak and toss over your head as well, for it will drag on the ground, for it is bigger than you by 2 sizes almost.
Okay.
As he sort of walks around the store, and you see he has these big, huge pelts, or piles of pelts, sort of stacked in various places, and he grabs this one off the table. It probably came off a brown bear of some kind.
And I go, like, mind you, I'm also looking not an absurd price. So just keep that in mind, as most of my alms have been going to my church.
So you're wishing then for something to keep you warm, but not so warm as perhaps to keep you alive, but just enough to keep your pocketbook full. So you're saying you would rather die with a full pocketbook than live without a full pocketbook.
I'm saying I'm a man of the cloth.
I see this. So
and
first,
one day
let us look here.
Well, one day you may, or someone you know close to you may need my assistance.
That Quite possibly true. As he takes
So I
this
just
big,
say
huge...
keep that in mind, and I will leave that up to you.
Okay. As he grabs the cloak and he brings it over and he sort of holds it up, and it is a rather large bear sized cloak, right? This thing is probably like 8 feet tall or whatever. So as you get it, it's more like a blanket than just a cloak. But it does have ties on it. It does have a way to kind of pull it around you. And you realize that if you were to have this, it would like drape around the side of your horse as well as you're riding, but probably not something you could walk with really easy because it would drag on the ground really bad. Hey, Lord Kasumba, man, thanks for showing up, dude.
Well, also, I want you to keep in mind that this is for traveling. And it's not a fashion show. I'll need to be able to roll it up just like I do my sleep attire, my sleeping bag.
So something you need to roll up. Okay, something a little smaller. And he sort of takes it back and he throws it back on there. He's like, and he sort of starts digging through. And he pulls out another one. This one's smaller. Looks like it's like a heavy black fur, tanned on the inside. A little bit smaller, probably more your size. He brings over and he wraps it around your shoulders, and you feel this heavy weight of this big bear fur just sort of sinks onto your shoulders, and like, oh, wow, that's kind of heavy. And immediately you can feel the warmth being trapped by your body heat on the inside. And you can see that on the inside where the edges of the fur are, looks like there are a couple of mini pockets that are sewn in, and it fits your hands perfectly. So you can put your hands on the inside of the cloak and sort of pull it up so it sort of closes off in front of you. And it actually fits really well. Hey, Quick Save, appreciate it, man. Thanks for showing up. Laura Kasumba, always appreciate you showing up. Everybody else out there in the world, we appreciate you guys showing up. We appreciate everybody. So let's just shout out to everybody out there in our stream watching. He goes, so you're telling me that you don't want something too expensive, but you want something to keep you warm. Does this feel warm to you? Is this okay? Is that all right for you? As you sort of feel it, and it fits. It drapes right about to the floor, so it's not quite dragging on the floor. You can tie it around. It's got like ties and stuff for around the neck area, so you don't have to have it wrapped around you. You can throw it back like a cloak, but it does seem to work best when it's wrapped around you, keeping you warm.
Yes, this feels feels pretty comfortable. I think this will be something I'll be able to use.
Yes, 3 gold.
3 gold. Okay.
3 gold. Mm-hmm.
Let me check my pocketbook. It's somewhere around here. Hold on 1 second. God is in his holy temple. You must forgive me, sir. I'm having a tough time locating my funds.
Want me to look up your...
Oh, I found them. No, this thing. It's called a computer. It has like this D&D Beyond sheet on it, and it was hard to find. Okay.
Or if you
you said 2, 3, 4, 3 gold. You said okay.
3 gold. That is correct.
There's 3 gold.
As he cackles and grabs the coin and bites down on him and says, "Thank you so much for your patronage. We look forward to doing business with you again."
Yes, you probably will.
This guy sounds like a terrifying Rocky and Bullwinkle character. Almost like he's a Mountie.
Yeah, as he twists his Dick Dastardly mustache.
So I add new loot. How do I do
that? All you have to do is go add a... you can do it a couple of ways. You can either add an individual item or a note, or if you just go to inventory, go to manage inventory, add items, and just type in cloak, and then it should show up. No magical cloaks, just a regular cloak. But if you can't do it, just make a note of it somewhere, and then we can just go and add it to your...
I'll just use this one for right now, plus 5 cloak. It'll be all right.
Okay, yeah, that'll work perfectly.
I'll just keep a note. I'll work on it later.
Okay, no worries. So,
And I say good day, sir.
as
And
he waves goodbye and goes about, and you see him going back to his back part of the shop where he is tanning up other items and stuff, making whatever it is that he needs to make.
Just out of curiosity, did you catch that guy's name?
No, he never gave a name.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll catch up with the party.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, the guy didn't catch the guy's name, but it's easy enough to know the name of his shop.
Yeah, I'll mark it. Like I'll tell him
Okay.
if he's asking. I'll tell him where it's located.
Yeah, it's a little store called Halvard's Clothier.
Halvers?
Halvard, Halvard, Halvard's Clothier or Clothier, however you want to pronounce it. He apparently specializes in cold weather gear, at least for this region, right? Mountains, water, stuff like that, right? So he provides whatever. So
I'm just thinking that maybe we can rustle up some furs for him on our trip to sort the stuff out, since I'm a ranger and can do some hunting.
Oh, okay.
On the way. Maybe we can feed ourselves, and I can bring him some supplies, and we can make some money back.
There you go. Sounds like a plan. So if you're going to go there, you want to haggle through this? I mean, we can go through this now if you guys are getting ready to leave. So when Tarikas comes back telling you where it's at, obviously giving you quick directions, you enter into the same location or the same store. You could see this older guy in his 70s, weather-beaten, very bushy white eyebrows, really thinning hair, sort of hunched over, looked like he was probably tall. Hey, monkey, hello. I see you out there too. As you sort of step in and he sees you coming in, he goes, "Ah, so I see you have the look of the woodsman. Ah, so what are we doing for you today? Perhaps some furs for you? No, probably maybe boots. You probably spend much time as he's looking you over to kind of eye what gear you have and what might be worn and what need to be replaced. If that cloak is no good, perhaps we can give you something a little more weather resistant. Yes? So, what is it you are seeking from old Halvard today, sir?
I am seeking two things. One, to do business for my own comfort in the Highlands. As you've noted, I grew up in the Highlands hunting my whole life, except for when I haven't been hunting orcs. The other is my group is going to be taking some trips into the wilderness, and I know wolf and bear spoor as well as anyone else of the Highlands does. And I was wondering what you might pay if I bring you back pelts.
Oh, it depends on the size and the quality of the pelt, but it is a price that we could probably agree upon in some way or fashion. Typically, I have my own independent gentlemen go out and procure whatever it is that I am needing, but I am not above additional freelancers. So what is it that you would have to offer? I can always use the skins of the bear. I can always use the skins of the deer. I could use the skins of the woodland animals. There are many different skins that I could use, but each one brings with it its own quality, its own uniqueness, and therefore its own value. So I can tell you,
we'll negotiate that when I return with goods to sell you.
This would be most acceptable. I can tell you the best price I can give you is usually for the skin of the bear. It is the most difficult to come by, but usually we provide fair prices.
Excellent. Now, about some oil for weatherproofing my gear and maybe a new pair of boots.
Are you looking for the fur-lined boots or just straight boots? So fur-lined boots will cost you 3 silver pieces. The oil itself I give to you for 2 coppers. And
What
the
can we do
oilers
for a white cloak?
for a cloak?
Keep the
What?
wind and the snow off me.
Just you're talking just like a regular cloak or like a fur-lined cloak or something like that?
Yeah, something fur-lined. I'm not looking for something that I can use for a sleeping bag, like
Yeah,
what?
yeah, right. 3 silver pieces for a fur-lined cloak. Just it's a standard cloak that has some fur lining around the edges, right? It's not like completely water resistant, waterproof, or heavy fur or anything like that, right?
Right.
So it's just like regular heavy wool with some animal fur lining on it, which gives it sort of a it'll help sort of keep the wind out if you tuck it around you.
Yeah.
I will give him a gold piece for those multiple
Okay.
items
Okay.
and thank him for his time.
Oh, we hope to see you do business again, my friend. Ha ha. As he takes the coin, bites it, and you can see that he's missing like 3 of his top teeth as he sort of bites it onto the side.
It reminds me of Granddad.
As he sticks the coin away, bidding you good day as you depart his store. What'd you need, Monkey?
You have 3 visitors in your general chat.
In my general chat.
In your general thing.
I think you mean Discord or
Yeah,
Oh. Oh, dude, nice. That is awesome. So if you go to look at the general chat, Desmond, you now have the 3 hirelings. One of them's got a torch in his hand.
Excellent.
That is awesome.
Even better.
That is awesome. And folks will get to see that hopefully after the break. I get a chance to upload those guys and make some quick characters for Desmond. That's pretty awesome. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That is awesome. Yeah, we'll just have to figure out which one is which, man. That's pretty dope, dude. So having completed your whatever it was that you were looking to do for over a couple of days, as you guys get ready to depart, the trip, as you can see, if you look, and I'll drag, I will drag Paviskro across. You can see that this is actually only half what it says. This is actually closer to 100 miles. So each one of these hexes, I think, is like about 12 miles or something like that. I forget what the actual thing is. This one shows it as being like 10 miles or 6 miles or something like that, but it's actually a little more than 100. It's right at about 100 miles from where you guys are at to the town of Vostrin. So Vostrin is where you guys were heading because that was sort of the last stop before you go into the mountains and go to the old mining town. So Vostrin is sort of like that way station type of a town. Still sits at the base of the mountains. It's still some sort of a farming, mining community. But that is sort of where you guys are headed. And it's about a 4-day trip. As you guys gather up your gear. Don't forget you guys have mounts. Your companions or your hirelings that you just paid for have their own mounts.
Okay.
So you won't have to buy the mount gear because they had their own mounts already. But they did appreciate, and you can see that they're wearing their armor. They've got their blades at their hand. They've got large backpacks and bedrolls and whatnot put together and set out or have their packs attached to the back of their horses and whatnot.
Okay.
So don't forget now, as you guys travel overland, if you have rations, you can use those rations, or you can elect to forage. But if you do the forage route, it's basically a day of foraging to get another few days food, right? So it's not like you could forage every single day and then have enough food for that day, right? Because you have to take, normally if you do the forage route, you lose a day in order to forage, right? So as you guys, what's that?
I'll forage for us at least partially, so that way I can hopefully see if I can find any game, and that will also give my employees and I a chance to work with Oleg and Natasha, the dogs, to try to get them used to the armor and the leash at least.
Right. Okay. So are you training them to be hunt dogs, or?
I want to train them to be war dogs, but hunt dogs until we have a fight will be a good start.
Okay. Yeah, to answer your question, quick save, it's not a new layout for this stream. Our Monday stream has a different layout. Our first edition stream has a different group of guys. It's similar layout in the sense that I put all the players at the bottom and I've got the chat to one side. But I keep the VTT in the center, and then I think in the 1E game, I can't remember which side my camera's on. Kind of confused. I should go back and look sometime. But anyway, it's a similar layout to the 1E stream, but it is a little different here. Don't forget also, everybody, I did add the additional chat interaction things. You can go !socials if you want to know where our different social platforms we're on. We're really on 2, so it's like whatever. But you can also do !8ball and ask a question, and the 8ball will answer. Or you could do !roulette and then put a number, and you can wager and try to win more Perrenland gross marks. But don't forget. But you
how
can
much
lose.
Was rations?
How much is rations for?
It's one a day rations. I realize I'm on 2 rations right now.
So good question. I don't have the price guide. But let's go here. Let's do this. Let's go. Let me do this really quick. Rations 1 day for equipment. 5 silver pieces per day of rations.
Gosh, I'm just gonna add a couple. I was
so
shopping
it's
around
going to be. It is going to be a minimum of 4 days travel for you guys to get to Vostron, right? So that's if, and that's if you're following the roads. Now the question is this:
12 days should be good.
Yeah. So there is a question that I do want to have. What route are you guys going to want to take? Looking at the map, you can see that there is no straight road that goes to Vostron. It's not shown on there, but there are small track trails that go. So the question is, you guys could follow and just go overland right to Ostrom. Take a boat from Ostrom over to Schwungelstad, and then you can continue overland from there to Vostron. That might take a little longer. However, like I said, it's how you guys want to go. Taking a boat might be a little longer, but if you stay on horseback, at a minimum it's 4 days, but it's probably going to take you closer to 5 or even 6 days to get there as you guys travel. So it's up to you on how you want to do it. You can even take a much longer route and follow the roads all the way up to Brock's Eyrie, over to the fork, and then head south into Schwungelstad. Again, you guys just need to tell me, looking at the map, what route do you want to take?
My vote is to go straight overland to Ostrom, and then follow the river through the mountains up to Schwingel, and then over to Vostron from there overland. That will give me plenty of opportunity to hunt and get set in.
Wait, you said you said go to Ostrom and then follow the river to where? Schwungelstad.
Yeah.
It's Schwungelstad. Yes, get your German accent going. It is called Schwungelstad.
Yes. Schwungelstad.
Yeah.
And then travel straight overland from that town to Vostron.
Okay.
Well, I didn't catch the price for rations. I just want to make sure I have plenty for me and my.
Five
Five
silver
silver.
pieces per day.
Ouch. All right. I will
So that
plan
would be
on foraging then, because that's
yeah.
gonna. I have planned, but that's for in. I want to save that for when we're underground and can't forage.
Right. Okay. All right. So if that's the case, so look up the these are a couple of the like overland rules that I never really remember from 5e. Let me. Yep. So it's basically.
Is there a way I can dump
hang on
my
a sec.
stuff? Oh god.
I apologize. Characters can gather food and water as the party travels at a normal or slow pace. A foraging character makes a wisdom survival check whenever you call for it with a DC determined by the abundance of food, water in the region. Foraging DCs, food and water availability, yada yada. Abundant food and water sources, 10 limited food and water sources, 15 very little. Okay, so it's basically saying that you don't lose a day when you forage. It says if you're traveling at a normal or slow pace, you can forage for food for a day with the DC based on what is the availability of the food and water. So yeah, so that makes sense. So abundant food and water DC 10, limited food and water DC 15, very little if any DC 20. So I am going to say it is fairly abundant in this region. So every day that you guys travel, you can forage to get rations for everybody, Desmond. And if you succeed in your DC check, then you will be able to forage as you guys go. So you won't necessarily lose any time.
Okay.
So it's I'm just going to put it at a straight DC 10. So as you guys are traveling, so like I said, it's going to be about 4 days of overland travel, maybe 5 depending upon the weather, if the weather holds for you guys, which will be determined as we travel. If the weather holds, then you guys will be good. Otherwise, you may lose a day. But the bottom line is you can forage if you want to. So cool.
Okay. Looks like I rolled an 18 for the first day. I did that kind of.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. All right, so all right, so you guys are going to be taking off. So as you wait, so like I said, today is now the 24th day of readying. As you guys depart, you gather up your stuff and begin to head your way overland. And what I am going to do is I'm going to do this one for overland.
Anyone know a way to store your items so they're not added to your carry weight since they're on some like a horse?
So it's interesting that D&D Beyond went in to do things like backpacks and stuff like that, but they don't take into account that type of weight. What you can do, go into the individual item itself, just take it and set its weight to 0.
Okay, so that's what I've been doing for a lot of this.
Yeah.
It was just a bit annoying. I had to do it with all the stuff here.
Yeah, they don't take into account having steeds or mounts or anything like that, which kind of sucks. But it's weird. It's good that they've gotten to the point where you can like put stuff in your backpack and all the other stuff, whatnot. So you guys head out, as I said, on the 24th day of readying. The weather itself is warmer than normal, in the mid-30s, with partly cloudy skies as you depart your way overland. You work your way along the open ground, easily able to forage as you go. You manage to get some small game in the form of squirrels, birds' eggs, berries, nuts, things like that as you guys travel, working your way toward the east. Let's see, we go. It takes you about almost 2 days of travel before you arrive in the town of Odstrom. Odstrom is just a small walled town, perhaps 700 or 800 people mostly farms and whatnot. There is a little bit of river traffic here as the waterways travel out of the hills and down into the wetlands and the lower lands before emptying right near Traft itself. There is not much here of interest as you guys continue to work your way toward the east. As you work your way through the hills, however, the terrain becomes a little more rough and a little more rugged. On the it is the 26th now, as the weather turns a little bit, and as you guys begin to work your way through along the river edge, working your way through the high sloped hills to either side, the air itself gets warmer, and it mixes with the cool that's already there at the ground level, forming this huge thick fog as you guys continue your way along. Fortunately for you, you're on the riverbank, so it's easier not to get lost. However, I still would require another survival check, if you don't mind. Actually, give me two, one for foraging and one for, well, actually it'd be three. So the first foraging is good. Give me one more foraging. That'll catch us up. You fail to forage on this first day out of Oddstrom, so everybody is going to have to take off 1 day of food, please. And then, if you will, due to the heavy fog, I need you to give me a survival check. Perfect. You manage to lead the party out of the mountain area, and eventually you come to a fork in the river. You know that the left branch heads up to Schwungelstad. The other one turns, or is actually coming from the south in the mountains somewhere, so it's actually coming down out of the mountains. So you are able to follow the left-hand branch. Give me another survival check for foraging the next day as you guys continue along your way. It is now the 27th day. Oh no. As you fail to find any food, as this fog that has been dogging you guys for the past 2 days has completely interrupted your ability to get any real food, as you guys now have to have your second day of rations. And as if that were...
Real quickly, can I make an animal handling check to try to have at least partially train the dogs? Maybe they can assist with the foraging?
I will, well, I mean, like I said, they're really, really young right now, right?
You're right.
So you're only talking a couple of months. So I know it's going to, I know that you're going to want to like have them be grown up like tomorrow, but if we're keeping track of time, you've had them for like 5 days now. Hey, Wiley,
or maybe,
man, what's up, dude?
Or maybe Eddie can help me by acting as a flusher.
Okay, yeah, so absolutely. So we'll definitely do the help then as you go, as you sort of describe for him what to do, and he goes out there and tries to help you out. So you continue along your way, and go ahead and...
That was accidental.
Yeah. What was what?
That was accidental, but if you'll take it.
No, I'm just saying it's still... So you manage to, the next day as you guys are arriving, the 28th day of readying, you guys finally, actually, is it the 28th day? Yes, the last day of readying. You guys are so fortunate as you start to turn slightly more to the north to head. You could see in the distance the large walled city of Schwungelstad, and it is fortunate for you as you wake up in the morning just as a sleet storm begins to hit. The rain comes down and it turns to ice as it begins to pelt you guys. I need everybody to give me a Constitution saving throw as you move your way into Schwungelstad.
Does the cold weather provide advantage or not disadvantage?
It's just not going to be disadvantage. It's just you do a straight up Constitution saving throw. Nice. Rika's 10, 11, Nilo's a 15, and now I just have to do Ragnar.
Do the horses have to take them too?
No. Nice. So, fortunately, you guys aren't subject to any nasty coughs or otherwise as you find yourself finally, like I said, it's a 28th day of readying now. It's the last day of the month. You guys find yourselves in a slight sleet storm as the wind has begun to pick up. As you get closer to the mountains, the breeze sort of races down off the mountains and across the open plains. Right where you guys are nestled here in this valley where this river is flowing in there, this trade town of Schwungelstadt. Schwungelstadt is a heavy dwarven community, as there are mines all over the place that sort of filter a lot of their goods into here before working their way along the river through Odstrom and then down to Traft proper. But you guys find yourself in this large town, spending the night, finding yourself a decent place to sort of hang out. The tavern that you walk into, the Miners Express is called, and you immediately feel the warmth sort of wash over you as you step into the common room, taking your places at tables and getting yourself something to eat. It's been a rough 3 or 4 days on the road, between the fog and now you're stomping out the cold chill from your bones as the food and liquor make their way to your tables. If you so desire, it's 2 silver pieces for the meal and the drink. If you want it, go ahead and take it off. If you don't want it, don't take it off. That's totally fine.
Of course,
I'm paying for me and Eddie and Sam, and I almost have their names down now.
Okay. Garth.
I'm paying for them, so yeah, Garth.
Yep.
So I'm effectively paying a gold piece for the 4 of us.
Right. But you do get 2 silver pieces change back.
Yep.
So.
And I'm gonna check and make sure they haven't gotten sick or anything.
Okay.
And that their shoes are holding up, that kind of thing.
Yep. So apparently they're in good spirits. They've got their new gear. You're paying for their drinks and food. You've gotten to know a little bit about them. All of them happen to serve in the Pax Mercury. Most of them served along the mountain borders in the central east area, keeping the passes open between the elf lands to the east and Perrenland itself. So over there by Corbrucken, Knotsmort, etc. There's a few of the larger gnome communities and stuff that there's passes that go through the mountains and stuff. So that was their task, was sort of keep those passes clear of any enemy forces. And they really didn't see a whole lot of enemy, although there were humanoid creatures and whatnot that were in the mountains themselves that they fought. But all of them so far seem to be decent men who served during the war.
Excellent.
As you guys make your way to, see if I can get this in there. Nope, guess not. As you guys make your way to Schwungelstadt, anything specific that you guys want to do while you're here in town, or we can continue to?
Yes, I want to buy some more rations.
Okay. 5 silver pieces per day.
Okay.
How many are you gonna buy?
Probably, I don't know, 10 days maybe.
Okay. That's 50 silver, which is 5 gold.
Man.
You expensive.
I've replaced the rations that I consume.
Not a resort.
Okay.
$10 a beer, man. Come on.
Yeah.
All right,
man. We only tell you. Just how we roll here. Expensive post-war, man. Trying to get that economy going back. You know what I'm saying? So you guys spend the night as you depart. It is now the first day of cold even. And although the temperature warms up slightly, it's cold at first in the morning as you guys depart. You're about about a day, let's say, away from your destination town of Vostrin, going straight overland. You wake up in the morning and it is chilly out. It is probably, give or take, low 20s, maybe upper teens. Definitely frost on the breath as you guys step outside into the air. The crispness of it sort of fills your lungs, and as you exhale, just this white plume of smoke just sort of discharges, and you can see these little white puffs of smoke escaping people's mouths as they're walking up and down and talking and doing their daily chores or whatever it is they're doing during the day. You awake and gather your horses, begin to head to the southeast toward Vostrin, and as the sun comes up and the clouds sort of part, the day begins to warm. But unfortunately, halfway through the day, the clouds once again begin to roll in, and although not a sleet, because it is warm out, it is probably mid-30s out, a light rain begins to fall. Like late morning, right about noontime, this light rain begins to fall as you guys huddle in your cloaks, and as you breathe, you can't quite see the puffs of smoke that you did early in the chilly morning, but you can almost feel it because it's still cold, and as the rain hits, it's like tiny little drops of ice. Although it's not quite sleet, it's just hard enough to sting as each little drop sort of pelts your skull, pelts your hands, and you continue to move to the southeast. By the time the day is done and the sun begins to sort of wane in the distance, the rain has brought with it a chill, and you see a small walled community. It doesn't have high stone walls. It's mostly wood walls built all the way around. Not very high, maybe 10 or 15 feet, just enough to delineate this is the borders of our town. You can see that there's small shacks and buildings built outside of town. It looks like perhaps small farmers, or maybe somebody just built a little ramshackle hut on the outskirt edges of town. But you guys all find yourselves now arriving in the small village or town or whatever you want to call it of Vostrin. Coming to the gates, you are hailed by the guards. These guards are human, although you do also see there are other races here, particularly dwarf and gnome, but it looks to be a heavy community of human folk. And as you step to the gates, the guards halt. Aye, welcome to Vostrin. What's your business?
Hello. We are from. We're coming from Trapped, and we are in search of a particular family. We believe we come across something that might belong to them.
Aye, and who might that family be?
They're actually in Vostron, but we need to stop here for the night.
No, actually, so Vostrin is the town you're in now.
Oh, I thought we were in. I thought we were still in. I must have missed that. My bad.
Nope. So Vostrin is
the name.
Yep. So Vostrin is. I'm sorry. Hang on, really quick. So Vostrin is this town here. From what you guys read, there is a mining community that basically was abandoned after a large cave-in killed most of the miners, and then people started disappearing, and it was called Vermeilen. And so
we're looking for the Grossmildens.
Grossmildens. Sorry. Might want to talk to one of the old fellas over at the Bored Weasel. I imagined, what's his name? Lucas. Lucas, the guy that runs the Weasel. He's like 500 years old. He's probably knows everybody or everything about what's what. So I would recommend seeing them. But just so you know, And no drawing your weapons less drawn upon. And if you kill somebody, you're going to be held accountable for it. And don't none of you fancy spell slingers be spelling none of your spells in my town. We have a strictly no magic rule here, lest it's for the defense of the town, or if perhaps you're doing a puppet show or something like that. Are we understood?
Yes, perfectly.
I and your friends, you, as he looks to each one of you in turn, wanting to confirm that you understand the rules of weapons and magic being used in town.
I look at him and shrug and nod.
All right.
Completely indifferent.
Right. All right. Well,
So when you say magic, you're referring to those of the arcane arts, yes.
it depends. If you have the divine arts, sure, you too. If you're willing, if you're helping somebody, there's a difference in if you're trying to blow somebody up. If that makes any sense to you.
So you mean offensive arcane
Yes.
abilities?
How about offensive spell abilities of any persuasion, whether they be divine or arcane? You don't
You
hurt no
mean
one
do not
with your
cause
magic.
trouble with magic.
Thank you.
What was that?
What was what?
No, I'm role
Well-
playing.
I was saying, what was what?
What he said. Didn't hear what he said.
Oh, he said,
Don't
No.
cause trouble with magic.
don't cause trouble with magic. That's it.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course. We are law-abiding citizens.
Most
that's,
of us.
That's what I like to hear. As they sort of turn aside. Board Weasel right there toward the center of town, right near Marketplace. You can't miss it. As you guys enter into town, I assume?
Yep.
All right. So the town itself is fairly nondescript, if you will. A lot of because of the fact that there's a wall around the town, there's not a lot of open spaces and stuff. So a lot of the buildings are sort of built close to one another than you might have been used to in living in like Kreistrich, because Kreistrich is more open. A lot of space between the buildings, and people have their own little land areas or whatever. But here, because like I said, it's walled in, there's not a lot of places to grow outward, so they all sort of go closer together. But it still is a small town, comparatively speaking. Like I said, maybe a few hundred folks tops. Looks to be primarily a trade type of a place where maybe people of your sort, Desmond, hunter-gatherers come through here with their goods, selling, trappers and whatnot that go out during the various seasons, trapping the different types of animals and whatnot, and bringing their skins and whatnot here. But also a little bit of mining community here, as some of the mines traverse their goods through this particular region because it's the closest one. And so you can see that there are large warehouses and whatnot near the gates and stuff where they store a lot of these goods. So that's sort of the feel that you've got for this town. However, in the center of town where the large market is, you can see that there is a tavern or inn known, and it's got a big thing on it. It's got the awning or the sign hanging outside, the marquee, if you will, has this big picture of a weasel on it, and the words embossed on it say the Board Weasel.
I think this is where they're sending us.
All right, gentlemen.
Okay.
Look professional, I guess.
In
As
this
you guys-
place?
As you guys step into the Board Weasel, you see that it seats fairly decent amount of people, maybe 40 or 50 people at most. You probably could pack in here. It has a single bar. It's got a lot of individual tables with benches as opposed to regular chairs and whatnot that go around. Bench seating, like I said, there's a couple booth type seats here and whatnot. But you can see that, like I said, it seats probably 40 people or so. The tavern itself as the you guys arrive in the it's basically the end of the day. It is fairly busy, but you're able to find yourself a seat, and as you sit, one of the bar girls runs over and she's like, all right, the stew for you guys is that's probably our most favorite dish. Is there anything in particular that you lads would like to drink or eat? If I can scour it up, I will. If not, then no.
A stew would be okay with me, and
Excellent.
mug of ale as well.
Mug of ale and a salty fish surprise. Got it. Anybody else not wanting the stew? If you want the stew, just pipe up. It depends whether you wish a bowl or you want a cup.
A bowl, boys.
One bowl would be 3 copper pieces, please.
I'll pay for the boys and myself. That'll be 9 copper pieces, and ale for
12,
them and water
actually.
for me.
So 12
You
copper.
said 3. Oh yeah, 12.
12 copper for you then, and then for the ale, it is a silver piece for the ale.
Gotcha.
So
So,
4 silver.
1 silver and
Yeah.
1 silver and 3 copper. Yeah.
That is correct. And so go ahead and take that off your... so as you guys are waiting, you can sort of look around the crowd, and you can see that at the bar, on the other side, working the bar, there are 2 bartenders. One of them's a young guy, late 20s, early 30s, give or take. The other fellow is a very dark-skinned, swarthy-looking kind of a man, probably easily in his 80s, if not his 80s and his 90s. He's a pretty old fellow. And let me see if
she's
I
going
can.
to, gonna take a bite or 2 of her food while she's looking over at him, seeing if this is the type of person they want to go talk to about the gross Mildens.
I apologize. I wanted to do something here real quick. I got a picture of this guy. I got a picture of this guy. I just have to find it. Give me 2 seconds. I know it's in here somewhere. Is it? No, I had it. Again, I do apologize for the hold up. This is the part of the show where we talk about. Yep, there's the DM once again is. Oops. Where?
Oops, he did it again.
I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not letting me send it. Normally, when I click on it, it lets me send it right to VTT, but it's not letting me send it to the VTT. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not going to. I don't know why it's not letting me, but it's not letting me send it to VTT. It used to. And it's really, really annoying. Where? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's not going to let me. I don't know what the hell, man, because I had it, because I remember it said, oh, send a picture to VTT. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. But it's not letting me. I even looked, because I imported it here. It's got the maps, but it doesn't have the. It didn't import the folks. I wonder. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I apologize. It did. I could have swore I had it, but apparently not. So it's not letting me show the picture. So to heck with it. You guys don't get to see his picture. But he is a very dark-skinned fellow. Like I said, he looks really old. He's got the sides of his hair are almost gone, but he has this sort of white tuft that's on top, and you can see him just sort of laughing and chuckling with folks that are actually sitting at the bar. As you guys are waiting for your food. It doesn't take that long before the girl comes back with a tray, and she sort of drops it down, and these large bowls of stew, what they call the salty fish surprise. are dumped on your plate, and sort of drop your ales off and your drinks off and whatnot. Will that be anything else then?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Well, if you need anything, just raise your hand and one of us will be over to tend to you shortly. And the girl sort of disappears. And you can see that the stew itself is hot. It's actually bubbling a little bit as it's sitting there in your plate or in your bowl. It's sort of an orangish, sort of greasy looking with some different vegetables and big chunks of what look to be fish of some kind in it. And it has like this little green thing just sort of stuck on top of it for presentation purposes. But like I said, that's sort of the environment that you guys now find yourselves. And as you sit and listen, the music begins to play as the entertainment for the day arrives. And the folks give up a rowdy cheer in the tavern.
Have you guys ever noticed how every tavern we go to has the exact same music
The
playing?
minstrel is following you wherever you go. Keep talking shit. Don't want to hear it.
Do we have a billboard here?
No, there is no billboard.
Is this modern day radio? Always playing the same song?
That's it, man. Modern day. Every day.
I could fix it.
Yeah. Monkey can fix it. Monkey can fix it. He is the musician of the group. So, you guys find yourselves, and this is obviously, it's not just a tavern, it appears to be an inn as well.
That's funny that you say that, because Tariq is going to take his box of alms. It's empty, of course. And he's going to stand up in the inn and find a place where he can perform.
Okay.
And he's going to try and sing for some gold or coin.
Okay.
It's going to be good. Naito is going to make sure she's seated so she can watch this unfold.
So you guys watch as the
Desmond covers his face like he's mortified and just scrubs his face.
Yeah. It's just, I'm just going to eat. Yep, just going to eat. No, nothing. Don't know this guy. So you guys watch as Tarikas, as you step, there is a small raised platform near the bar that you can step up on, and there's a spot for you to set your alms box down upon, and you can begin to sing then. First of all, give me a performance check, please. A performance abilities check.
I'm going to announce to the patrons of the bar that, hello, I'm Tarikas. I am doing this for the children of this land.
As if people are
Great,
looking over and they're like,
And well, we're gonna see how I can influence.
The occasional like, okay, as they look and see you wondering.
I will be performing a piece, only one.
Thank God.
And I perform. I'm gonna be singing. This is called an acapella.
Oh boy, this is great. Hey, not too bad.
Not too bad. As you gotta go through, you guys listen as Tarikas begins to sing, and he's clearing his voice, and he's going through.
Actually, 16.
I know. That's what I saw. 16. Oh. As you guys watch, as Tarikas gets up and he sort of begins singing whatever songs it is that he knows, and as you guys listen, you're actually kind of like, all right, he's actually not too bad. He doesn't get the golden buzzer, but he actually does fairly well. And at the end, people are like, ah. And as you're standing there, Tarikas, the old fellow at the bar leans over and goes, hey, you're pretty good, young fella. And as you look at him, he sort of has these sad brown eyes. He goes, you know, my, hang on just a second. I lost my notes. Where is it? He says, you know, my wife, rest her soul, would have probably really enjoyed that song. Yes, sir. Whew. Haven't heard too many willing to stand up here and sing a cappella like that, but here, just for you. And he tosses a silver coin toward you. He goes, that's for my Lorna. And he sort of turns his head. Yes, sir. Lorna would have loved him. And he goes back to washing and cleaning dishes and stuff and pouring drinks for folk.
Before he leaves, I just want to say to him, and blessed is your Lorna.
Well, she was. I wish I could visit her grave, but you know.
I will be praying for her for the afterlife.
What's that? I
will be praying for her, for her being in the afterlife.
Well, thank you.
It's the least I can do for a silver piece.
Maybe if someday I can visit her grave again, I get up the nerve to do so, I'll let her know that there's folks out here besides me that's praying for her. I very much appreciate that, young sir.
Well, thank you for your generosity, sir.
May your God guide you in a positive life. We all could use
always
a
has,
positive
sir.
life.
Always has. And bless you for the contribution. I humbly thank you.
You hear as you're talking, you know, over your shoulder, you can hear the tink, 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 tink. And when all is said and done, you get a mismatch of coin that totals out to 4 gold pieces. As you pick up your alms box and walk back to the table.
After I'm done performing, I'm going to thank the patrons, and I tell them I may return for another song another day. Thank you for your contributions, patrons, and I humbly thank you for your humble generosity. And don't forget to click a follow.
That's right. Don't forget to click the follow button. So as you guys watch, as Desmond, you sort of look up as Tarikas comes back, and you see that his alms box has lots of coin in it. So obviously, the patrons of this bored weasel apparently are, you know, smitten with the young priest, or the middle-aged priest, or whatever you want to call him.
Does Desmond have anything else he wants to do before I go talk to that old guy in the corner?
Nope. I'm just going to ask Bono when Live Aid is.
That's when we are. That's when our gold coin will amount to 0.
So, in that case, Nyla's going to down her bowl with a drink.
Okay.
And grab her ale and walk over to the gentleman.
Okay. As you walk up, you see him sort of. Yes, sir. That was a good one. Oh, welcome, stranger. How may I be of service? I am Lucas, your bartender for the night.
Hello, Lucas. Mind if I take a seat with you?
Oh, help yourself. Now, he is at the bar. He's not at a table. He's at the bar.
Oh,
He's serving.
I thought you were talking about there was some old guy in the... I misheard that.
No,
Lucas... Some guy in the... Okay.
Yeah, Lucas is an old guy that's working the bar.
Gotcha. Okay. So
well,
she's
help
gonna...
yourself, young woman.
I got about a quarter of a tanker left. I'm going to slip for put another silver down. I like another ale, please, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
Got a couple questions about
so he goes back and...
an old family here.
Ah, okay. maybe I can help you. I've been around here a while, going on 7 years now. What's the name? Got to take yourself off mute so we can hear you.
Yes, the lovely, lovely push to talk that I used for the quality of the stream. I'm looking for the Gross Mildens.
He sort of steps back a second, looks at you. His face gets a little bit dark and sad. What you want to be dredging up that old stories for? I should just leave well enough alone. Sort of goes back to
I was not
rubbing his
aware it
glass.
was a sore topic.
Oh, the story of Vermilion is a topic no one wants to discuss, girl. Best leave that
Well,
just in the past.
I wish to help a member of their family. However, I need to know if any still exist, or where their graves may be.
Well, lots of graves in that old town. Still up there probably, just all overgrown with the weeds and stuff, but Vermilion herself, she's still there. 3 days that way, can't miss it. Follow the road straight up to the hills. But I wouldn't bet you're gonna find nobody left there. Gross Milden, I know that the one boy, he went to the east and got himself worked up in a mine situation over that way to the east. The daughter now, she, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is over in the Schwungelstadt. But don't quote me on that, because that family tend to move around after what happened to them here. No, sir. Don't think no one wants to be going back up there. Been 70 years since I've been up there. And
Thank you, sir.
But can you do me a favor, though? If you are going
Well, if
there,
you've helped me, I'll help you.
if you are going to go there, my wife's grave, right in the center of the village, right in the center of town where her grave was, I'd appreciate it if you would take some flowers and put on her grave for me. And then right there in the hollow, I left it when she died, but when I left town, I just didn't have the heart to go take her locket out the tree. There's a little hollow right there by where she was buried. In a little hollow in the tree, there's a necklace with a charm on it. If the animals ain't already took it, or a thief ain't already gone by and took it, I would appreciate after you drop them flowers off, you see if that locket's still there. Bring it back to me. It'd sure mean a lot to me.
Was I there to hear the conversation between Tarikas and this man earlier? Like, would I have been able to hear it over the other noises?
No, you would not.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Oh,
And I do apologize. I can't work into this any other. I got to cut it short for our break. I apologize. I have my grandson here, and I'm being summoned to give a little bit of help. So I do apologize, folks. Let me shift over. I'm going to shift over to our break.
I was just getting hungry anyways.
I do apologize. Normally we find a way to do it a little more smoothly, but I just had somebody pop in, ask if I could give a little
Your
help.
camera just spazzed out.
Looking for
Yeah.
royalty-free music?
I knew it would.
Discover Epidemic
So
Sound.
I am going to
Get the safest
go
music
here.
subscription.
And I apologize, folks, but we will be back in give or take about 15 minutes. So hang in there with us, guys.
Alrighty, well, that means I'm gonna go grab me some food, and I'll catch y'all in a bit.
Sounds good. I shall also be back.
check. Hey, can you guys hear me? Hey, can you guys hear me? Alright, cool. Alright. I'm hearing you guys, but I'm not hearing the output from my stream because I switched headphones, so I imagine it's going to be a little weird to me, but all right. Weird that I don't. Desktop audio capture isn't capturing. Yeah, I mean, I can hear Discord because I got it set up correctly, but there's something in my OBS setup that I don't have set up correctly, so it's not capturing my audio as I expected, which is fine because I can't hear the stream music, right? Normally I would hear it through my headphones. I'm just trying to figure out what setting I'm missing. Hopefully, for those out there watching, you see that we have added the 8-ball and the roulette to our commands aloud. So exclamation point 8-ball, ask a question. So exclamation point 8-ball, then type a question, and the magic 8-ball will answer. Exclamation point roulette with space, and then add however many tokens like this. Hey. I have won 100 Perrenland gross marks and has however many Perrenland gross marks. Now, I don't know if it accurately keeps track of your real tokens or not, but it'd be kind of cool if it did. Try to get yourself some more tokens to start spending on people. Yeah, this is just weird for me. I'm watching the stream music, but I can't hear it. What am I doing wrong? That's exactly what it is.
Or the flux capacitor. That's
And I'm willing to bet that I have to. Yeah, see now my audio did the audio stop out on the stream, or is the stream still going? Can you still hear it?
the music stopped, but
Yeah, the countdown's going, but the music is stopped, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have to go back here. For some reason, it's only playing it when I do the default. It's not playing it when I do my speakers, my headphones. I don't know why. It's bothering me. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is I don't have it monitored in my headphones for the audio output. It's showing monitor off. The only thing that's monitored on the output is my alert box. So, but like I said, for some reason, when I switch to these headphones, I have my wireless headphones in. It's on my Bluetooth. I mean, it's not playing through it. So there's some setup somewhere I'm missing, but I'm not going to keep mucking with it. I don't really care if I can hear the music or whatnot. Hopefully the stream music when I'm playing will be still there. But Hey. And we're getting ready to come back here. Back in game. Yeah, see, I don't hear anything coming from... What? Oh, no. Quick save, just say. So I just got to ask Quick Save, did it actually... does it accurately track your Perrenland gross marks? Is that how many you had? You had 954 and now you're down to 454? I'm just curious. Because that would be kind of crappy. I mean, because you can lose, obviously, it's roulette. It's not like you can. Okay, I was gonna say, so I'm just wondering if it just has like some special number. Yeah, so that's weird. So it didn't affect them. It's just, I don't know how it keeps track of those numbers, to be honest with you. But it is kind of cool. So, I see that my camera completely did wig out. I don't know what happened there. So let's put this thing back. And I got rid of my big headset because I just wanted to try my Bluetooth speakers, but for some reason the sound is not coming through. I can hear players talk, but I don't hear any of the music or anything. Oh, wait. I can hear the music. But the audio output captures. So the question I have is there any sound coming through the VTT for the tavern music? Can you hear the tavern music coming through the... Okay. Yeah. Rule number 1, never touch it. I know that. But I want to see, I need to get different Bluetooth headsets because these only last about 3.5 hours, so they don't last my full game. But I just wanted to try them out, see how it sounds, and if it works, I'll get some better ones, and then I'll just be able to use Bluetooth all the time because I don't like having a big headset on. I want to be able to just kind of talk and do that stuff. So yeah, it's weird. I didn't hear anything inside OBS, but I'm hearing it come through here. So I just want to make sure it's coming out on the stream. All right, so you can hear the tavern music that I'm playing, right? Out on the stream. That was my whole concern, is I don't care if I can hear it as long as the stream can hear it. And if it gets too loud, let me know. But I can hear it now. Oh, so you can't hear, you can hear me, but you can't hear. So if I go just a second here. All right, now you should be able to hear the music. Some music coming now. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, but originally when I had it going through my headset, I could not hear the stream music, but I could hear it coming through my headset, my headset that's hanging up back here. And then all of a sudden everything switched, and then I heard it in my Bluetooth, and you guys are like, yeah, we can hear it. And then the stream says I can't hear it. And then I went back and changed the setting back to the Bluetooth in the OBS, and now everything seems to be fine. So maybe it just takes a little bit for it to work its way through because those electrons move really slow through OBS, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? It's a software thing. Blame the developers. So then, welcome back, everybody. For those that have not been here before, I'm Sean, your host. Welcome to Perrenland Adventures. We are on episode 21. Wherein the heroes of Kreistrich, having fulfilled their mission of destroying the Sturgeon Blood Totem and saving young Mina from the phase spider beneath the in the caves of silence, have come upon a signet ring of some kind and decided to look into its origins and figure out where it came from. And they learned through research in the Library of Trapped as well as the Trapped Historical Society that signet ring belonged to a family known as the Grossmildens, and the Grossmildens were managers of a mine in a town called Vermeilen. Now, decades and decades ago, there was a tragic mining collapse in the town of Vermeilen where many of the, or if not all, but most of the miners died. But what's worse still is what happened after that. Villagers began to disappear, and those that weren't vanished in the middle of the night decided that they would just leave town rather than become one of the victims. And so eventually the town went the way of the dodo bird and was heard from no more. Yeah, and was heard of no more. And so the party, having discovered this signet ring, decided that they were going to try to track down any of the descendants of the town of the family of Grossmilden. And so they have traveled, and they arrived in a small community known as Vostren. And within Vostren, they've met this older fellow by the name of Lucas. And Lucas is currently a bartender or the owner of the Bored Weasel in the town of Vostren. And they have just got done speaking to him and learned a little bit of information in that the town of Vermeilen, it was what he considered it a place that why you wanted to bring up the past, and nobody should go there. But with Nilo indicating that the party was going to go there, he has said, if you do happen to go there, my wife is buried at the town square at the base of a tree. If they would please place flowers upon her grave and let her know that, you know, he's thinking of her. And also, if they would not mind, he left a locket when he buried her in the hollow of a tree, but she was buried by. So he's hoping that perhaps it's still there, and if it is, if the party would retrieve said locket and bring it back to him. But which brings us back to now we are in the Bored Weasel and the music is playing. local Eurekas, our local father of St. Cuthbert, has since got done singing his a cappella songs dedicated to St. Cuthbert himself, or whatever songs it was that he was singing, but he made some coin at it and has since returned to his seat, and now Nilo stands up there at the table or at the bar talking to Lucas. And as I said, Lucas is an old man, dark skin, a tuft of white hair sticking on top of his head. He's very thin, wears the bartender clothes. Like I said, he has this sort of a stained white shirt with a half wrapped around his waist apron, dirty pants and shoes. Like I said, he looks like he's been put through the ringer, but still has sort of that look in his eye, but it is a haunted, sad kind of a look, as if someone had lost something and doesn't ever expect to regain it back. And so that is where we are at. Nilo, you have just, I don't know if you've finished your conversation with him or there was any more.
No, we're
that you
kind
wanted
of
to
interrupted. I heard the terrible. Quit turning up the music.
discuss. Sorry.
I have heard that some things have happened, and I will respect your request not to talk about it. But perhaps would you be able to point me to somebody or some place where I can learn of it more?
I don't know, young lady. I don't think that anybody around here other than myself and maybe one other person would be able to really tell you about what's going on from up there, because I know Astra, she lived in town for a while, although she was much younger than I was. She weren't married or nothing like that, but I don't think you should go up there. That's a bad place. There's lots of people gone missing up there, and the soldiers come and try to determine what's going on, but nah, I think the devils themselves come up out the hell and pull people down in there. So I don't think anybody's gonna be able to tell you much more than that. But if you will, I would go talk to Astra, because Astra was, like I said, she lived up there for a while, but she was pretty young. She was maybe 10, 15 years younger than me.
Thank you. Would you be able to tell me where to find her?
Oh, it's easy. She sells flowers over in the market. Can't miss her. She's a pretty thing, although she's old. Have sort of the red and white hair, or the blonde, reddish blonde and white hair, and she got the little bit pointy ears to make me think she got a little bit of the fae in her. But yeah, she sells flowers. You can't miss her. Oh, I would appreciate if you get flowers to leave them on my poor girl Lorna's grave. I would much appreciate it.
Alrighty, well, thank you for your information and your time, sir.
You're very welcome.
And she's going to turn and make her leave with the brand new tankard of ale.
Okay. Another silver piece, please.
Yeah, that was the one she got when she rolled up there. She finished hers and took the other one, which I already took off. I wasn't asking for a third.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep. Okay.
So as you guys watch, you see Nilo done talking to the old bartender and returns to the table with a fresh tankard of ale.
Yep, I got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is everybody's gone.
Yeah.
I was on mute.
And Monkey is probably doing monkey stuff because he's got.
Now I'm right here.
He can't.
I'm right here.
He has a continent to take over. He's got
So
to get his
the,
horses and his fellows.
The good news is that I know where to go, and there may still be somebody there. The bad news is there apparently was a series of soldiers that went up to Vermeilen and they also disappeared. I do also have another person I can talk to. Her name is Atlas. Apparently, she lived up there a bit longer
Astra.
than Astra. Astra. She lived there a bit longer than Mr. Lucas over there.
I don't see what it can hurt.
Alrighty. Oh, what time is? Is it morning?
It's nighttime. You guys
Nighttime,
arrived
okay.
just as the sun was going down. Yeah.
I suppose you should probably take care of that in the morning.
Okay. So you guys gonna spend the night?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
Yeah.
So staying at the inn is going to oh great, it doesn't say. It's going to be 2 silver pieces to spend the night and at the Board Weasel Inn.
All right, that's 8 for me.
Okay. Go ahead and take off 2 silver, please.
Yep.
I have to
2
I have to-
silver.
2 silver pieces for room. I have to keep track of all this stuff for the other players so I can take their stuff off tonight when I'm done. So you guys are shown to your rooms. They're comfortable rooms, not quite as good as the gorgeous dwarf, but Sog from Kreistrich maintains that inn well above its quality of price. And so you get what you pay for. It's a simple room. It's got a relatively soft mattress. It's got a nice wool blanket with some soft pillows to lay on. It has a lantern and a sitting table in order for you to do any writing or reading or stuff if that's what you need. There is no fireplace in the room, so all of the rooms are basically heated through the warmth given off by the downstairs, and the heat sort of flows upwards through the floorboards. Kind of keeping things upstairs warm, but it's not that warm. So your blankets and your your cold weather gear definitely come in handy in these rooms as you guys turn in for the night. The following morning, as you awake to the second day, you see that the rain that sort of caught you guys as you arrived yesterday has continued into this morning, as it is just a slight drizzle, just enough to know that if it gets cold, it's going to freeze everything, and you're going to have a nice sheet of ice to walk upon during the day, depending upon how cold it gets. However, as you awake in the morning, the town itself has arisen and is in the process of starting a new day. Right outside of the Board Weasel, you can see the large central plaza, if you will, where the marketplace takes place. You can see that many makeshift booths are stood up. People in wagons and carts are coming in from outside of town, the farming community and whatnot, to sell their whatever goods and services it is that they're trying to sell. But it is kind of a dreary day, so people are kind of hunkered and got their cloaks over their heads and whatnot to start their day.
Time for breakfast.
It is time for breakfast. Okay. As you guys go down, and breakfast is mostly salted pork with eggs. They do have a bountiful amount of potatoes that are available as well to be mixed in. They have this sort of a hash kind of a thing going on, with heavy on the salt. Everything seems to be heavy on the salt here. Even last night's fish surprise was very heavy on the salt, which is why they called it the salted fish soup or stew, I mean. And so they serve you guys your breakfast. For those that want it, it is 5 copper pieces for breakfast per person. and soon enough you find yourselves ready to either depart, or what else do you want to do today before you leave town?
Wanted to look for Astra before we left.
Okay, so as Lucas had spoken to you last night, she sells flowers in the marketplace. So it's obviously where you're going to go try to find her. And in order to do so, give me an investigation with advantage. That's funny.
Yes,
so that is 14. So easily you find who you believe to be Astra. You find she's an older woman, looks to be Fae, perhaps elf or half elf. Her ears aren't quite, and her features aren't quite as sharp as the normal elf, so you assume that she is half elven of some. You can see that she is aged, although half-elves age less quickly than humans. She still is rather aged, but she's not quite as old as Lucas was. Lucas is probably in his 90s. You'd guesstimate that she's maybe late 70s, so maybe 10 or so years younger. Her skin is pale. She has shoulder-length, kind of reddish hair that's slowly turning white, so it has that, or the gray is sort of mixed in with it. She has a small flower stall, and you can see she has this sort of a leather awning, tarp, whatever, over it, sort of protecting her flowers. And as you approach, she looks and she says, "Flowers for a dear one of you. Very good price, only 2 coppers for the bundle."
Hello. Yes, I would like, he's just gonna look around. I'm personally not knowledgeable about the proper flowers for something like this. And I don't think Nyla would know either. I am heading up to the graves, and Lucas asked me
Graves?
to. Yes.
You have
Vermeilen.
folks who are buried? Please tell me you did not just say Vermeilen. I beseech you, do not go to that wicked, horrid place. There is only death there.
We must go. I am doing a favor for Lucas, and I will be taking the flowers with me.
Lucas, is he?
Oh, no.
Surely he did not ask you to take upon a quest?
No, it was not him. I'm already heading up there. And
Oh,
I've heard a couple different stories. I was hoping you would be willing to share your own accounts so that we may
I was very, very young. I remember the mine having an accident, and I remember my parents talking of so much death, and so many of the miners were injured, and well, after that it was only hushed whispers. Or I remember my parents whispering in the dark and looking around as if they were afraid of what they were saying. And then I remember my father one day he was angry of something, and my mother was fearful, and she took me, and my father left, and my mother put me in a cart with my gran, and we came here, and I never saw my father again. My mother said that my father went crazy. She don't know what happened to him, but apparently he wasn't the only one. But I don't know what happened. She never did speak of it again. She refused to tell me, and whenever I brought the subject up, she became angry and hissed at me and told me to be quiet lest the evil be visited upon us again. So I just stopped asking.
And how long ago was this?
Oh, gosh, I was 6 at the time. So 70 years?
Out of character. What major event might have happened around 70 years ago? That
give me a history check.
History check. All right. 11.
So you don't recall anything major that occurred. You will say though that the Caves of Silence happened after this. Right?
After, okay.
So, which would make sense to you in your logic, because if the family originally started here and then one of the family members ended up running a different mine somewhere else, and you sort of liken back to, you heard the tales of the Gross Milden boy who ran the mines at the Caves of Silence. He sort of showed up out of nowhere. Torben Ironboot sort of spoke of it when you guys were discussing the caves previously. It used to be a mine, obviously, and this boy showed up and nobody knew who he was, and he started working the mines, and he fast-tracked up, and pretty soon he was like managing the mine itself before whatever catastrophe hit there, right? As you recall, the dark mantles were there, and then the spiders and whatnot. But what the actual calamity was, you weren't sure, although you saw the collapse and stuff in the mine. But the Gross Milden family obviously were very good at mining. That was sort of their family lineage, and so obviously it was quite possible that this guy who originated in Vermilion with his family of miners, whatever happened there, they skedaddled, or at least he escaped, and nobody knew who he was, and he just sort of picked up the mining thing someplace else, and started doing things. So not sure how anything's tied together, if anything, but the events themselves tie together in that aspect.
Gotcha, okay.
At least from a
thank you.
timeline perspective, that's what you got.
And when was the last time somebody went up that way? Do you know?
I do not. If I find somebody's going that way, I warn them and I tell them of the horror stories. But there are some adventure types who seek the thrill of danger, or the possibility of death, I guess. And then there are those who are just merchants looking to perhaps continue trading through those regions, although there's nothing left that I am aware of. But yes, I would surely recommend to you that whatever quest it is you've been put upon, to stop your folly, and here, take these. And she hands you a group of flowers, just a mix of wildflowers. These are for you. These are a blessing from me to you. Please, just take them and go a different direction. I would surely like to see you back here alive, then never see you again and discover that you were one of the victims who no longer walk the earth.
And she's going up. Did it again. Thank you, miss. She's going to give a very polite bow and takes the flowers graciously.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and
And
with
she
that,
sort of
I'm
goes
going to
back.
head in the same direction as. And I'm joking. No, I'm going to go find the rest of the folks if they were not with me.
Yeah, to my knowledge, nobody else followed you, but unless somebody wanted to, they could have.
Yep. So she's gonna go back to them.
Okay. So, you return as you guys are watching, as you are finishing up your breakfast and whatnot. You watch Nilo come through the door, dripping wet, carrying a pair of, or a handful of wildflowers wrapped in a nice, neat sort of wet rag tied with some leather strips to hold it together in a little bundle. Stepping through, I should say, she greets you guys as you finish up your breakfast.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well,
Where did
I
you
found-
You
go?
guys get directions?
I did get directions, and I also found out how long ago it was. It was about 70 years ago. And apparently, between the mine and the folks disappearing, several members of the group, several members of the town also went mad. Though that might have been from the stress more so than anything else.
Well, nothing to be done for it. We either see this through or we go do something else.
But almost everybody has said don't go.
All 2 of them. Okay. So what is the plan? Are we going to take their advice, or are we going to say fuck them and then head off to Vermeilen? It's your show, folks. I can't drive the show. You guys got to help too.
I say we go. If nothing, maybe we can break the curse of nothing else.
I'm following the wisdom of the 4 who have been here before me.
Okay.
All right. Pabisco's not here to complain, so I guess we're going.
Okay. So according to Lucas, as he said, there was an old road that runs to the east into the hills of the Klatspur Mountains. You guys are at the base of the Klatspurs right now. You're in like the low hills. However, if you go directly to the east, following this road, although it is overgrown and scarcely used anymore other than by trappers and hunters, it is in fact still a small trail that leads, and if you follow that trail, you should be able to find Vermeilen within about 3 days. It's about a 3-day trek into the hills. And so
And
you
off
guys
we
grab
go.
your gear. Say what?
Oh, I'm saying off we go.
Yep. So you guys grab your gear and you begin to head east. I am going to need a oops, wrong map. Yeah. I am going to need a survival check with advantage, please, Ranger, in order to maintain the trail into the mountains. Let's go ahead and give me 3. Go ahead and give me three survival checks total, 1 for each day.
Okay.
This is just to stay on the road. If you want to continue to forage, I'm going to need another one for foraging. Okay.
Okay. I'll do the checks for the road first.
Okay. 2. Okay. You get him with advantage. You get him with advantage. So the first day was a 19. So this is the second day. You need another check for the second day. Okay. So it's a 9. Okay. Then give me 2 checks for the third day.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't figured out how to do advantage on.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's okay. You can, if you want to hit it twice, it's totally fine. I think and if I want to try something here real quick, I'm going to double click on Pavisco's token. I wonder if I go. Oh, didn't do it. One of them, it's I don't know if it's like the alt button.
Well, here, I'll try it with the alt button for my foraging.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Control key.
Yeah.
That's disadvantage.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's okay.
Control is advantage.
Okay, control is the advantage, yeah. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so... Yeah. Looks good. Alright.
Looks like control is
so-
disadvantage.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to clear the thing. Go ahead and do one with Alt first, just to test.
Okay.
And that's advantage. Alt is advantage. Control is disadvantage, right?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So the first and the third day, following or finding food is no problem any of the days. You definitely made it any of the days. However, on the second day, so the day you guys leave is actually you arrived on the first, you left on the second. So on the moon day, which is the 3rd of cold even, the light rain continues as you guys begin to move your way into the mountains, and the chilly air makes the rain that much more miserable. And for whatever reason, as you guys are moving your way up into the hills, your concentration is kind of off a little bit, Desmond, and somehow, some way, you get twisted around and you lose the trail. And so you spend part of the day trying to get the trail back. But as you come around the corner, you hear this loud hissing sound, and up on a rock, perched in a tree, you can see this massive wyvern. Everybody roll initiative. Well, you don't have to roll initiative. I'm going to put everybody in combat.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
What in God's name is that?
Dragon!
A pair of boots is what it looks like to me.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Well, prepared to be stomped. It looks pretty big.
All right. Everybody roll initiative.
I had my character sheet up there, but now I don't know where it's at.
If you go to the, if you hit the little fist, you can see your character sheet.
I got some other window. Got some other window over here.
Oh. Yeah.
That's all right. I'm gonna do it from the what you call it.
There we go.
16.
Yep. So you and Ragnar are together, but Tarikas, you're up first. As you look, you can see that this huge, it's not huge, but it's a large creature, this wyvern, this dragon-like beast, is perched in this large tree that's sort of stuck down in the rocks. It's probably 20, 30 feet in the air, but its body almost, you can see that the weight of the dragon is sort of pushing down on the tree itself, and it's like sagging under the weight, and its large sinewy tail with a sharp barb at the end of it as it lets out this hiss. And your horses sort of are going a little bit berserk as they are afraid from the sight and the sound of this, as they are not war creatures. So prior to any action, I am going to need an animal handling check from you. So Tarikas, first off, give me an animal handling check.
Oh, okay.
Easy. By the way, the DC is 11 for the animal handling check. So if you fail your animal handling check, you'll be thrown from your horse. No damage, no nothing, no getting prone or anything like that, but you're just thrown from your horse. All right, so you have successfully made your animal handling check. Now, what action do you take?
I'm going to say, since I don't know how, obviously the creature looks hostile toward us.
Oh yes, and it's about including it's about 90 feet, including 20 feet up. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cast a spell at it.
Okay.
Oh wait, are we? Oh, never mind. I'm gonna cast Toll of the Dead.
Okay. So it has to roll a Constitution, or is a Wisdom save?
It is
DC 14 Wisdom. Okay.
Wait, what level am I fourth?
It made its saving throw anyway. It says 14. If you look, when you click on Toll the Dead, it actually shows in the chat. It says DC 14 Wisdom save. So it rolled a 17. So it takes no damage from your Toll the Dead.
Okay. And since I'm on a horse.
Yep. The movement of your horse is 60 feet. So
I'm getting the hell out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Going to move behind this rock
All right, let
for
me.
full or as much coverage as I can. I'm assuming it's a dragon, so
Yeah. I want to zoom out here so everybody can see. Okay, is that it for you?
that is it for me at this time.
All right. Ragnar can't get to it. So Ragnar is like, where do I go? He's going to move his horse over here because he has no idea where the dragon is. And he can't fight it anyway. Desmond.
You said dragon? Okay.
Okay. I'm going to
Well,
order
it's actually
Eddie.
a wyvern, but it's considered a dragon species.
I'm going to order Eddie to get the dogs and horses out of the way. I'm going to dismount.
Okay.
Move over here.
So just so you know, dismounting is I don't. Well, I'm going to consider it like getting up. So I'm going to say half your movement for dismounting, and then the other half is to move.
Okay, so that's 15 feet movement.
Yep.
Let me take a look at one of my spells here real quick.
Okay.
90 feet range.
Yeah, you're within range right there.
Okay. I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on the wyvern.
Okay.
And shoot it with my bow.
All right. So Hunter's Mark is no save, right? It's automatic.
Right, it's automatic.
All right. Let me see if it actually. Let's see if it has a thing that has its magic shield, ice shield, fire shield, targeted. You know what? I'm going to put the targeted on there. So that's the Hunter's Mark.
Yep.
So it is targeted. Okay. So go ahead and cast your, or do your bow or whatever. Longbow misses. As you watch your arrow flies past the wyvern as it sort of puffs up its chest as it looks like it's ready to take off. Nilo.
All right. Y'all mind if I use that natural 20, guys?
As Nilo, as her horse rears up, catching her very surprised, sort of dumps her on her ass as the horse bolts back down the road from which way you came.
Y'all mind if I use that natural 20 to try to avoid that, or?
I think we might get worse than falling off a horse, but go ahead.
Oh, I won't do it. Do I lose my whole turn?
No, you do not. Like I said, it's just you land, but it's half movement, so you can still move up to 15 feet.
Gotcha. Okay.
And your owl is not, or your pseudo dragon is not affected.
My pseudo dragon it's really small.
Yep.
I'm gonna have him make a double move to take cover over in the rocks and sort of just nestle down in them out of sight. And I'm not going to take a stealth check, but more so they're small, they're inconspicuous. I'm going to have them hide in the rocks.
What is his movement?
It's 60 foot.
Okay, so he's got it, yeah.
He's just making a double move.
I still want a stealth check.
Okay.
Because this is going to determine whether or not the wyvern knows where it's at. Okay, no problem. All right, cool. So
you saw the 17. Y'all saw that, right?
Yeah.
I saw 3.
Until it turned to a 3. Yeah. All right, run, Forrest, run.
I saw the hope that the wyvern is more interested in eating the tiny dragon than me.
That's the idea.
What next? Let's go.
Oh, it's 120 foot. Okay. She's gonna go ahead and raise up her sword as fire rolls around it and shoots him with a firebolt.
Okay. Ooh. hits the wyvern.
Ooh, I got a special effect this time.
Yeah, that's all do. Yep, and it automatically took the hit points off too. I gotta double check to make sure it doesn't have any.
No, I don't have no resistance.
Two attacks, one to bite, one to stinger. While flying, I can use claws in place. Okay.
Gains a plus 20 attack when eating
Yeah, it
clerics.
doesn't have any lair actions. Okay, sweet. All right. Is that it for Milo?
Yeah.
Now it's the wyvern's turn. As the wyvern whoof, 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 gets up. Whoops by. As it swings by, it brings its massive maw down, biting at Nilo.
18 AC, baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
14 misses as it whips as it comes by. It whips around its stinger at Desmond. What? Oh, jeez, you serious? That's pretty weird. Fuck it. Nat 1. Completely whiffs on both its attacks. As that is it for it. As Perviskro sends his eagle to distract while he launches out. Gonna blast it with a firebolt. Wrong person targeted. Let's try that again. Well, it was it hit a 19, so it hit the wyvern, and it did 6 hit points of fire. Make sure that didn't take any damage off of you. Yeah, it did. Need to put that back. That was a oops. I don't know why it had you as targeted. That's kind of bizarre. So the tiger, it hit 6 for the wyvern, so it leaves him at that. Okay. Apologies for that. And Perviskro, actually, he should have rolled with it advantage, but just to see if he crits. Oh, that's okay. All right. So that is it for this round. As his eagle is going to start back as we go back to the top of the order. Next round, Tarikas, you're up.
Okay. All right. I'm going to shoot it with a crossbow.
Okay.
Okay. Crossbow go. Okay.
You broke it again.
I can't find my character sheet. It disappeared again. It's all right. I'll use this. Why does it say any? Okay, hit it.
You can do this, man. We have faith in you.
We can. Okay, here goes.
19 hits.
Hey, yo.
Now roll your damage. Yeah, its armor class is 13, so.
Oh, I thought I rolled the damage. Okay.
Apparently not. You got it. Hey, yo.
8 hit points of damage. Nice.
Nice.
When I
Very
get
good. What?
Okay, so it's 8 plus 2. Okay, so it already added my dex mod.
Yeah. Yeah, it already added. Okay. Anything else from you? Gonna move or do anything else?
I'm going to stay right where I'm at and say
Okay.
Beast, I'm the one you want. But I'm
Does
gonna
it
do
ignore
that as a
you?
ventriloquist. I'm gonna do that as a
Ragnar, he's on the ground. Get him.
no, but I'm gonna do it as a ventriloquist trick.
He's not on the ground though.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
Can I do like ventriloquism, like kind of throw my voice to do that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well then
Sorry.
I'll.
Hey,
Alright.
if you can
As
make
Ragnar-
your voice appear behind me, I'll gladly petition on your behalf.
Alright. As Ragnar, he can't see it, but he's moving closer, but it's up too high for him to reach. As it attacks down on you guys, but it's not close enough for him to. Well, you know what? I'm going to say it is because it hasn't yet pulled away yet. So he's going to run up and he's going to target it.
So he did try to bite us, which if he tried to bite us, he has to be low enough.
He's down, and he hasn't moved out of your range to swoop. I wonder if by swooping by they get like the same
It's
thing
flyby
that the owls and
attack.
stuff do. Yeah, flyby.
Specifically, the rule is called flyby attack, and they
Yeah.
can make an attack and keep moving without provoking an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, but I don't think it has that. It doesn't have.
No,
a
it doesn't.
flyby. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
because it's not fast enough. It's too big.
Yeah, so that's good. So you get
That would be
opportunity to
disturbing.
swipe at it as it goes by. But Ragnar, as this thing is sort of swatting in the air and stuff and buffeting you guys, Ragnar goes up and tries to take a swipe at it. And he's going to hit it. Actually, you know what? He's going to stay back and just hit it with his crossbow. He'll stay back there.
Does he
He
take advantage
hits
on
the
all range
wyvern.
attacks?
Why did it not give the damage? Oh, because I didn't do the bolt. He hit. Damn it. Alright, so his... that is weird. 1 die 8 plus 2. As he does 6 hit points of damage to the beast as his crossbow buries into the flesh, as you guys hear the wyvern cry out and hiss in pain as the dwarf sinks an arrow into it. Moving up to Desmond, you're up.
Is it close enough for me to swing a sword at it now?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Then I will drop my bow and attack with my sword.
Okay. $19 hits.
As a bonus action, I'm going to dump my Slayer's Prey on it.
Okay.
That gives me an additional 2d or additional d6 of extra damage.
Okay.
Just a second here. There we go. So that's
So
total
that's a total
16
of
damage.
Nice. 80 plus 10. Nicely done. As you slam into it with your blades, your innate knowledge of how to attack things, all things natural and wild, come in handy as you bury your blade into the wyvern as it screeches in pain. Nilo, you're up.
Alrighty then. This thing's right here, so I'm going to immediately. Her blade is going to be wreathed in. Oh, I just rolled at. I did not mean to roll that like that, but I'm going to attack him.
Okay. Miss.
Yeah, I don't think
As
that
you
hit.
swipe at it, unfortunately, you miss with your booming blade as well.
I believe the blade is still. The booming effect's still on the blade, yeah.
Yeah, it's still on. You just have to hit with it.
And my dragon is going to fly up it's gonna fly over here now.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Flies right by as the wyvern reaches out and stings with the tail. All right. As the wyvern is going to bite down once again at Nilo. Total miss. Complete miss. As the stinger whips around once again at the ranger. Uh, 21 hits. 8 hit points of damage, piercing damage. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, a DC 15.
All right.
Perhaps Desmond, you should back up a little bit.
Failed the Constitution saving throw. Therefore, you go. You now suffer poison damage as well. So in addition to the 8 piercing, you suffer 29 hit points of poison damage.
All right.
Total of 37 hit points. 29 of the poison. Say again?
That knocks me unconscious.
Okay. You guys watch as this poison stinger hits Desmond. Desmond immediately drops. Oh, you know what? It actually it tried to do the great wound. So this has the great wound. If you take massive damage, you roll a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, but I'm not doing that. So just so you know.
Okay.
Looks like you haven't set up a table to use for open wound. Yeah, so yeah, we're good. Suffered an open wound from falling to 0 HP. Yeah, we're not worried about that. So, however, because Desmond has gone down to 0 hit points, you now suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay.
As the wyvern, seeing you drop like that, however, it is the wyvern itself is extremely wary of how many are around. It's not stupid, and it is going to take off because you guys really severely wounded it. I mean, you took down not quite half his hit points, even though he's got a bunch left. You took him down almost half, and he is not gonna stay around and play. So he's, for the better part of valor, he goes to fly away. You get a opportunity attack on him, Nilo, as he flies away. Miss. As the wyvern disappears out of sight, and it goes around and down a valley in the distance, the direction you guys are going, but you're not sure if it's staying there because it disappeared into the hills.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Would he still be within 120 feet before as my next turn came around?
Well, no, because if he attacked and then he moved, well, yeah, he would have been, because he would have only been. Let me measure. Let me go back here and see. So he was right here. Let's move him 80 feet. Yep. So he would have been right here. 15 hits, so the 19 hits.
I thought that's enough, though.
No, it wasn't. It took him down 3. As it continues to go.
It was worth a shot. The blood and the scales would have proven very, very valuable to local towns.
Yeah.
And very valuable to our coffers.
Could I not chase him down?
No, we shouldn't.
Well, I would.
You're gonna go after him?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and as you guys begin.
I'm gonna try because I don't know if he's fleeing away or he's trying for another attack.
Gotcha. All
I
right.
just
so
saw
go
him
ahead-
drop one of my guys.
Yep. So go ahead and move yourself to right there. That's fine. You know, it's 62
How
is
much
fine.
is it? 60?
It's 60 feet for your dash, but if you go 62, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
fine
struggle.
with
Go right there.
62. Okay.
That way.
Yeah, if you move yourself, it'll show you too. You don't even have to do the ruler anymore. It'll automatically show you how far, and it'll just move you.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah. What did you draw down there? What is that? That's weird.
I
It's
don't
still
know.
showing on the map. Yeah, so you get there and you can see by the time you get there, the wyvern itself is you don't see. You can see it sort of in the distance as it's gaining altitude to go away, screeching all the way as you guys wounded it. So it looks like it's departing. Tarikas doesn't look like it's coming back anyway.
Okay. Can we get a shot on it?
From here, I would say
I have a
yes.
320 range.
Yes. Yep, you can hit it because this is where it's at right now. That's where it's at right now
Okay.
as you rush up after it.
All right, I'm going to try to hit it with a crossbow.
Okay.
And I can obviously see that it's flying away. It's not turned around. I'm just going to say.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that it's trying to get away, but I'm going to go back to my companion after I take a shot. Well, that's going to be
Okay.
my next thing, unless it turns around.
Okay.
All right, here I go. Okay, I can do this. Where's inventory? Actions. No. Is this it? So 12? No.
Oh, as it hits. If you would have targeted it.
Oh.
Nice shot. Let me do this. Oh, so close. Nope.
And I pissed it off.
Good.
As you watch as it screeches even more as the crossbow catches it full in the belly just as it's sort of trying to raise its way up, banking to the right a little bit to gain some altitude over some hills, and you catch it right in the side, and you watch it sort of roll and dive out of the way as it screeches in pain, and it disappears into the drizzling rain, a cloud or whatever, the drizzling rain as it's coming in. It eventually fades away out of distance, and you have no idea where it's at now, but it looks like it has departed.
And I'm gonna backpedal with the horse backwards, just like
Yep.
a little bit, as I'm keeping guard. And I look back toward my party, and if I don't see anything, I'm gonna rush back to my party and then get right there and jump off the horse.
Okay.
And figure out what's wrong with this guy.
Okay, give me a medicine check.
Medicine.
Should I be making a death save at some point? Because it seems like this is more than one turn.
I would say normally I would say yes, but it's to be honest, and not. So you note that the first things first, that the wounds themselves are not as grievous as the poison that was thrust into his body by the wyvern. The poison seems to have done most of the damage, and you can see that Desmond's heart is very slowed. His body is a shockingly pale white already, as if you see that his eyes are sort of glassed over. He's clenching his teeth. His spittle is sort of foaming at his mouth, and he's shaking a little bit from the wyvern's poison that's starting to course through him. He looks in bad shape. A medicine kit or a healing would definitely won't be warranted about here.
Okay,
Do you have the proper spells to take care of the poison?
I believe so. Let me check.
If not, I do have healer's kit still available that could possibly treat them.
First, let me cast Spare the Dying. And it's a cantrip, and it says you touch the living creature that has 0 hit points. The creature becomes stable. Unless he's undead or a construct.
Nope.
Okay, and I
Okay.
place my hands on him, and I go, Kalatu Barata Niktu.
Nice.
Oh shit, he's gone. Are you sure that was the right spell, Tarikas? Was he
Alright,
was he perhaps not a practitioner of your faith?
Is he sustained?
He has also, you guys watch as Perviskro comes over and says, I remove the injury from your frail flesh, or from your frail flesh. And he sort of smacks you slightly with his hammer, and you have 12 hit points of healing bestowed upon you. You are still in the poisoned condition, however.
Okay.
Hold it. I thought I had. Okay, I have to look at my other character sheet. I think I have what's the spell? The restoration?
You have restoration?
Lesser restoration, maybe.
Yeah, lesser restoration. Yeah, I have it. I'd like to cast lesser restoration.
Yep.
Cure one disease or one
Yep.
condition affecting it.
Sure enough, you're
Fine.
no longer poisoned. You're no longer poisoned.
I go block 2. Doctor.
Oh, you brought him back. Nice work.
Yep, Perviskro is going to cast another.
That was unpleasant.
You get another 16 hit points back. Perviskro heals you for another 16, so that's a total of 28 that he gave you.
Yep.
I was gonna offer a hand to help him back up.
I will help take the hand up and pick up my sword, my shield, and my bow, and put things away.
I
Well,
took the spell slot away, so.
Bad news. My horse ran off. Good news. He's probably not too far.
Go ahead and give me a survival checks. With advantage because you have the ranger there as well.
Okay. All of us, or just me?
Just whoever's looking for their horse. So in this case, Nilo.
Okay.
I will help look for his horse too.
Yep. So it takes you guys about 2 hours of searching, but you manage to locate Nilo's horse. Just hanging out, gnawing on some grass, easily able to be retrieved.
Sorry about that. I'm gonna give him a good little pat.
I got a 20, so.
Yeah. So easily you guys manage to find the steed.
Oh, I'm sorry, 24.
Yep. Something.
That was without advantage.
Yep. All right, come on. It's not letting me reload the map for some reason. Yeah, way to go. You summoned the demon. That's hilarious. All right, let me refresh this. For some reason.
I found your steed. Thank you, Argus-san. Rolled a 20. Let me roll my other 20.
Yep. There we go. Let me
So I would have got a 18 and a 24.
Yep. All right, so you guys sort of recover yourselves. There we go. Let us, as you find yourselves back on the trail, heading your way toward the lost town of Vermeilen. In the meantime, for the rest of the day, you manage to backtrack, rework your route, and Desmond, you managed to get the party back on trail toward Vermeilen. You only lost a half a day, but at least you're back on track.
I want to look at Desmond's wounds while we're walking, just to make sure he doesn't have any, post condition.
Yep. Makes sense. I like it. So you check him out and you see that the wounds are healing nicely, especially due to the spell of healing twice that Perviskro bestowed upon the ranger, and because of your quick thinking, the poison has been purged from his body. It appears to be suffering no long-term ill effects. But you continue along through the through the mountains, working your way with the wind at your back, the light rain following, making things miserable, even more so after the encounter with the dragonling thing. But you continue for the next day and a half. Toward the end of the last day, it is now the sixth day of cold even. The weather throughout the day has been much like it's been, although at least the past couple of days the rain has stopped. It's gone from clear to cloudy to partly cloudy and back to clear as you traveled, but the godforsaken rain has since given up trying to beat you down as you guys move your way. As now the sixth day of cold even. You guys follow the trail and it comes into this sort of a small valley looking area, and you can see what appears to be some kind of a village coming up in the distance. And as you approach and the sun is beginning to go down, casting long shadows into this valley, at the far end you can see what look to be mine tracks leading into the hills. It's probably from this vantage point you're high up looking down into the valley, and you see the town sort of nestled in the central area of the valley, and on the very far back side, maybe a mile or a mile and a half away, you can see what looks to be what are mining operations of some kind, but the whole place has begun to be overgrown as it's been unkempt and unused for a while. The grass and the weeds and trees and whatnot have begun to sort of overgrown. However, most of it's dead now just because of the winter months, so it's all dried grass and rocky and snowy and whatnot, sort of leading into the village. Even from this vantage point, there's sort of a light haze that sort of overhangs the valley, giving it this sort of spooky, eerie feel. And it's eerily quiet. Plants and wildlife have obviously overtaken the crumbling houses, and leafless vines and climb up along the rotted walls. As you approach the village, you can see the walls around the village and stuff are collapsed in most places, but you can see the old vines that used to grow up along the walls are now leafless and sort of dried and brittle. Birds and other small creatures nest in the exposed rafters of a lot of these buildings that have collapsed, and gnarled trees protrude from the fallen roofs of a few buildings. So you can tell that it's been a long time, because not only have the buildings collapsed and the roofs collapsed, but trees and other plant life have grown up through the middle of the house, now growing out the top of the house, like a tree began growing in the living room of a house and suddenly burst out through the roof. That's how long this place has obviously been left to fend for itself. The overcast sky adds an air of oppression to the scene, seeming to completely envelop the entire village.
Charming place.
Tawikis. First thing to turn out is loud drums I'm hearing in my ears. But you have powers to detect the dead, perhaps? Did I not come through?
No, we heard you.
Came through.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I just don't think anybody answered.
I was just making sure I was actually heard.
I can use primeval awareness by sacrificing a spell slot, and within 1 mile, I can detect one of my choices: aberrations, celestial dragons, elemental fae, fiends, and undead.
Well, that's useful.
I'm sorry,
And-
Blue One. What was it that you said? I'm having a tough time hearing you.
Yes. Wondering if you perhaps have any powers or blessings that allow you to detect the undead. There was a lot of folks died here, and after that, the folks started disappearing.
Well, first, what makes you think undead are here?
As I said, many folks died, and also, a ghost met us at the entrance and told us to find the ring. Perhaps I'm just reaching here, but and at least spirits are a highly plausible entity that might be here.
Well, that is good reasoning. Let me check my priestly goods. God is in his holy temple. Seems I'm sorry. The heck happened to my character sheet? Why does it keep disappearing? Oh, we switched maps.
Wah, wah, wah.
Just double click your token.
Yeah, double click your token and open up your character sheet.
Yeah, I did that. It's not open.
Whatever.
What I
It
was
opened
saying.
for me.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is. There it is. I see it. Sorry. It was just on. I popped it out of the window, so I have it on different.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
What I can see is I do have a detect evil, but I'm not sure how that works. I've never really used it, but let me look.
We are in mountains, right?
It
What's
looks
that,
like
sir?
I can't.
We are in mountains.
Yes, you're in a mountain region, so.
It looks
Yeah,
like
that's
I
what-
can. I'm sorry.
Mountains are one of my favorite terrains, I believe.
That is
Yes.
correct. That is
Yeah.
your
So
favorite
I
terrain.
can-
I remember that.
Then I will sacrifice a first level slot to detect undead within 1 mile.
Undead or any creature, really. But just.
I have to pick. The way I read that,
okay.
I think I have to pick one of the types.
Oh, are you sure? Let me double check.
I
Let's
think
see.
that has to be predetermined. You can't just like pick whatever you want. I think you have to
Oh.
pick.
Says
It
whether
says
any
that
aberration.
Yeah. Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fays, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile or up to 6 miles if you're in a favored terrain. This feature doesn't reveal the creature's location or number.
Okay.
So I take it as all of the above.
Yep, and within 6 miles because it's mountains.
Yep.
So
And so you guys watch sort of explain. Actually, I want you guys to get into this. Explain to me what you're doing and what the characters or what somebody would see as you were going through the motions of trying to detect this doing this primeval awareness. How does that work?
both kind of communing with nature itself by just kind of standing and absorbing it. But I'm also occasionally moving and looking around on the ground for spore and scat and other signs of these creatures that might be left behind, or like the elements of like I know the game term is lair actions or lair effects. You know
Yeah.
how like if they have a lair, it causes like eyes to pop out at random to beholder, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. I'm
Yeah.
looking around for that kind of thing.
Okay.
I,
So you
it's
guys,
not like a spell, like a glowing magic thing. It's more like
yeah. I kind of liken it where you're sort of like head back, eyes rolling back a little bit, and you're sort of moving in different directions and sort of trying to extend your senses. But that's exactly how you describe it, as you're sort of looking down to detect and see trying to, and as you're looking for physical signs near you, you can feel your senses sort of flowing out into the mountains, being very comfortable in this region. You find it very easy to sort of expand your senses. And as you do, you sense that there is a strong presence of fey creatures in this valley.
I groan.
I go, what's the matter?
There's Fae in the valley.
I go, Aranatra, utas beta, dotir tiende.
Natrach utfas bethad dotil diente. The
And I
charm of
guess-
making.
At least you get my references.
I love that movie, dude. I love
I
it.
know, I did too. And I cast Detect Evil, which will
Okay.
cast a sphere around me for 10 minutes,
How long? I mean, how far away?
30 feet away. It'll penetrate most things.
Mhm.
It'll
How
penetrate
long does it last?
10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go- gonna go
Nothing evil comes to your senses within here. And as you can see, this is what the town
It
looks
says
like. You
evil
guys,
and good.
huh?
It says detect evil and good.
Yeah.
And it says, for duration, you know, if there is any aberrations, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing within 30. Well, there are Fey within 30 feet of you because the two familiars are both Fey creatures.
Right.
But other than that,
All right.
yeah,
Well,
exactly, Iger.
I believe Lucas said it was at a tree. So, well, I'm gonna look around for a large tree-ish shape that's probing up over top of the village.
So it's not over the top, but you can see as you look into town, you can see all of these buildings and whatnot that are collapsed, and they lead toward the center of town. And you can see that even from here, you can see directly up here toward the center of town. You can see it's like the central square, the central area. So, I mean, that would be probably where.
I tell my companion, we don't have much time. My spell is only effective for the next 10 clicks.
Yes. Let us get moving quickly.
I must move. Let's move to buildings that we would like to investigate and stay together for. I already detect 2 presences. And I look at, whoops, Pat.
So, I guess we're gonna start heading to the big tree.
Okay.
Nyla will preferably take the lead with her dragon on her shoulder, though. So anything comes out from the front, she'll be there to intercept it.
I'm going to dash.
So as you guys move into town, I'm just gonna remove Paviscaro's so I don't have to move them both. As you guys move into town, off to the left over here, you can see there's actually a building that seems to be fairly in shape. It looks to be some kind of a tavern or an inn. Next to it, there is like right here, you can see that there's another building that seems to be intact. But as you guys get closer to the center of town, you can see that there is a large tree kind of growing right smack and dab in the middle of the area. You get right to Tarikas, right to where you're at, right? First of all, where is everybody else? Oh, Vossers. I just wondered where Desmond was. So, as you get to where you're at, Tarikas, something catches your eye. Right in the corner of your eye, off to the left, and you sort of look, and as you look, there's nothing there. Desmond, as you get to where you're at, something like you hear something whisper something in your ear. It's like so close to you that you would swear it's right next to you, and as you dart your head sideways, you see nothing. The town itself has a light sort of hazy fog, as I said. As you could see as you were coming down into town, the valley has this sort of a light misty fog throughout it. There's a light breeze blowing, not quite enough to disperse the mistiness, but it's enough to bring a chill on your spine. As you guys continue to move, you get up here. As you guys move together, Nilo, you get right there. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes throughout the entire valley. It's like you're not sure where it came from, but it just sort of reverberates off of all the dilapidated and collapsed walls and buildings and stuff. As you continue to move your way into town. I'm not sure if Desmond, I'm not moving your token. I'm not sure if you can or you're going to move your.
He's keeping up with us. He does it.
I'm trying to kind of hang back. For one thing, I assume my hirelings are somewhere behind me.
Yeah, I don't have them on there. We will get hirelings for you.
I just don't want them to get jumped if I'm not nearby, is all.
Nilo, as you watch everybody approach toward the center of town, as they get toward the center of town, there you get this massive tingling in the back of your neck as if somebody's watching you from behind to your right.
I'm gonna look over there.
No, I'm sorry, not Nilo. Desmond. Sorry, my fault. Desmond. You just get a feeling like you're being watched over your right shoulder. And then you just feel like the hair raises on the back of your neck, and you get this itch right in the middle of your shoulder blades, and it's like it's itching to the point where it's really starting to bother you, and you have to reach back and try to scratch it, but then before you reach, it's gone, and you stop reaching, and suddenly it comes back. It's like something is really
I'll pivot with my sword out, trying to catch whatever's behind me.
You guys all watch as Desmond whips around, just wildly whips and sort of has his sword at it, and you see nothing.
Desmond, stay where you are. And I'm right there.
You hear this whisper in your ears, but you're not sure what it says. But something just literally whispered in your ears. You sort of turn your head to see what it is. There's nothing there.
I'm going to recall my dragon to sit on my shoulder. I'm just going to stick him off to the side for now, but he's going to stick on my shoulder.
Okay.
As my blade stays in my sheath, though. I don't pull it out.
Okay.
Just gonna leave it there, but I'm going to look around, maybe a little magic sparkling through my fingers.
Okay. As you look around and you don't see anything. Nothing in particular, anyway. From where you guys are standing, however, you can see that a bare tree stands here in the center of town, and behind it, the tree, you can see a large manor, if you will. Obviously somebody of means and well-to-do lived in that house at one time. It's this bare tree stands in the lawn of the mansion. On the left side of the tree, you can see there is a large knot on it, about 5 feet off the ground, and it looks to be like an old squirrel's nest of some kind. Other than that, you can see that there are some bushes and trees and stuff that are not leafless because they're more evergreen like shrubs and bushes and whatnot around this central part. You can see that excuse me, this part of the town was most likely some kind of a market of some kind, because there's not a whole lot of grass here. So even though it was like the lawn of this mansion, It looks that it was at one time maybe a marketplace or something.
I'm gonna do something stupid. Anybody contest?
Nope.
Nope.
We're used
We
to it
know
by now,
you're
so-
here. Would
Who
you
are you
mind
talking
talking to
to?
us?
Who are you talking to? You okay?
I'm quite alright.
Who are you talking to? You're talking as if you've been bitten by something.
There are others here watching us. I'm quite certain of it. Desmond obviously has heard, maybe felt them. I don't know. I've only heard them, but we are not alone.
I don't detect anything.
Perhaps whatever it is either is immune or stronger than the blessings you have.
That's quite impossible to be immune to my detection.
Don't ever think anything is impossible, sir.
Very well, sir. And I call out as well, like I'm just repeating what he's saying. Show yourself. Be friend or foe.
Yeah, nothing.
Well, we should go into the graveyard then.
Yeah, you can. So, as you move through the town, go ahead and move your tokens wherever you're going. I'll go ahead and follow you now, though. Moving through the town. So first of all, off to the right, behind the tree, as I said, you guys saw the mansion. I just want to give kind of a quick description. I'm going to just see if that shows up. So I just posted this. Maybe not. I thought it would post in the VTT, but it didn't. It kind of bums me. Try it again. Nope. It's saying that it's posting, but it's not. Okay. So as you look,
Hey,
what did we
thanks,
get?
Gargamon.
What did he do? He cheer for us?
Nah, he raided in a party of
What?
one.
Yes, that's all that matters. All that matters is Argamon, man. Awesome. Agamarin. I appreciate it. Hey, so hang on just a second. We are going to take just like a 30-second here to say thank you, Gargamon. I very much appreciate that. If you have not already, please do click that follow button. Although most people here, I think, watching us have all already. So let's see. Is he even on my? He's not there yet. Yeah. There we go, and we even got the follow going on. Hey man, we definitely appreciate that. So I don't know why he's not showing up in my list of people, so give me just a second here. Yeah, it's weird. It's showing that he's obviously there, but it's not showing in my my stream deck yet, so maybe it just takes a little bit. So give me just a minute. Whenever he comes up, then we'll give him his shout out, because we definitely, you know what, we're gonna do this. Da, da, da. And by the way, my the folks that are my I mean not my raiders, but my moderators can do this as well. Make sure I spell it right. And poof. Shout out. Yes, last stream Dungeons and Dragons. I like it. All right, we appreciate that, man. We appreciate all the love. Thanks for the follow. Don't forget, folks, you too can follow. Yeah, there you go. If you too can follow, and why does he? All right, hang on just a sec. So I am really going to have to turn off the he hit too many hypes or whatever, and it said, oh, you had too much stuff. So what the hell, what do you mean? This irritates me. I really hate automod. I'm just going to go turn off automod for everything, and I'm just going to manually create it. So you can see it's on our stream chat, but it's not in the regular chat because stupid frickin' stream elements. Hate that. All right, I apologize. We're gonna get back on track. So anyway, you guys look at this You guys go and take a look at this like 2-story house. It's a grand 2-story brick house, has fallen prey to time and the elements just like the rest of the village, but it actually remains in better shape than the smaller houses. Heavy wooden double doors are flanked by dark windows, and chimneys anchor the buildings at each corner, their masonry crumbling. In front of the house looms a wide leafless tree, which I described earlier. Its gnarled branches reach toward the clouds like twisted fingers, and its rough bark is pockmarked with large knots and beetle holes. And as I described the tree, as you walk past it, you can see that it has this really large knot with a hole in it, and inside the hole it's got a bunch of leaves and everything. It looks like it's an old squirrel's nest of some kind. And as you guys pass by the house, off to the left you can see more crumbling buildings, but in the distance on the back side of the town you can see that there are what looks to be some kind of a graveyard. As you walk, Desmond, something catches your eye inside this building that you're standing next to. It's like right out of the corner of your eye as you go to move past. Something in the shadows moves. As you move over, give me a perception check. $18. As you look, you can see that there is rot and overgrowth inside, but nothing moves as you sort of peek inside. No animal, not even a bug. But you could have swore as you were moving past there was something moving within, but as you get there, apparently not. Nyla, as you continue... Say again?
I'm going to move through the building to come out this side.
Okay. As you continue to move through, Nilo, as you get there, a cold chill runs up your spine, causing you to shiver even amongst your warm clothes.
But I'm used to the cold.
Doesn't matter. This shiver goes right up your spine, as if something unholy just passed around you. Your vision becomes blurred for a second, and then it becomes almost like a fishbowl, like a fisheye view, and then it sort of comes back into focus as you look, as you're unsure what it was, but you look back and Paviskro doesn't look like Paviskro. He looks like Paviskro, but he doesn't look like Paviskro. There's something off about him.
She kind of stops. She's gonna look at him. She's gonna look to Tarikas. Is it 10 minutes up or?
It's getting close.
Tarikas, do you detect anything?
No, you do not. No, Tarikas, you do not. No, Tarikas, you do not.
Huh?
Huh?
You wanted me to say something? I mean, you told me I don't detect anything, so
I asked you if you detect.
No, I heard what you said, but he said I don't detect anything.
I was just waiting for you to say, "Hey, DM, do I sense anything?" And I just
told
you, no, you do
okay.
not. I was just trying to jump the shark there a little bit.
Gotcha.
Well, as long as they're not spinning, we're good. Great movies. She's gonna look at Paviska and goes, something is off.
Off of who?
Paviska. You don't notice it.
Give me a perception check, Jarikas.
Perception? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what sucks about missing the game. You don't automatically fail your willpower check to not be possessed.
You got a 20.
Oh, did you? Oh, you got a nat 20. Oh, no, you rolled. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he looks totally the exact same as far as you know. There, he finally showed up on my list. And I really apologize, Garmin, or Gargamin, I mean, for that, for the auto mod timing you out. I'm gonna just go turn auto mod off, because no matter what settings I put it on like the lowest frickin' settings, man, and it still frickin' catches something stupid like, oh,
Yeah.
they put too many mods or too many emoticons in the chat. Fuck it. I'm just gonna turn it off.
Auto
And then that'll
mod
create...
is the saving
I-
grace.
I
Yeah.
look at the same concern toward Nilo and see if something's off with Nilo.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another perception. Yeah, she looks okay to you.
Well, I felt something like almost pass through me. It got all cold. My vision went blurry. Then fishbowl, like for whatever a fishbowl is, like really narrowed and wide at the same time, and it just returned to normal. And I looked back, and Pavisco was looking a little awkward there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am me.
She squints her eyes.
Oh, I hear a wolf.
No, that's just the jukebox. Don't worry about it.
He's not wrong.
Alright, well,
Or is he? As you hear in the distance a howl of some kind, Tarikas.
I'm gonna
You
enjoy.
I'm
legitimately-
going to cast. I'm going to get right here.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast Word of Radiance right now.
Okay. And that does what?
And for my third reference of spellcasting, I shall say, Abra, abracadabra. And boom, I'm going to cast the Word of Radiance. Is there anything near me that just got hit?
What is Word of Radiance?
Go ahead and cast.
Oh, I'm
the spell in
sorry.
chat. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Word of Radiance. Let's see, spell. Basically, it's 5 feet of. I don't know how to show you.
There it is.
So, each creature of your choice that you can see within range must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 radiant damage. So, what you're
So
saying
that's-
is you want everybody around you to do a DC 14 Constitution?
That's not
Everybody but my companions.
No, so you have to see them.
You have to see them. You don't
Yeah.
see anybody except your companions.
This would be a great idea if it specifically targeted a certain type of creature or creatures weak to radiance or something like that.
Oh.
But in this particular case, you have to actually pick, like, this is great. You walk into a group of zombies and you release this. This is kind of this is gonna be brutal on some zombies and stuff, or
Okay.
like-minded creatures. But this situation is not. Literally the tech.
I go, my spell has failed me. There was something not right.
As you're standing there and the wind picks up, causing a chill to sort of settle down upon you as you guys move, as Pravisco says, enough of this, let us check this graveyard. As you move
And
through the
I
graveyard,
put on my heavy coat, that jacket I bought, that cloak.
as Pravisco walks, he sort of looks over at Desmond. Desmond, you're not 100% sure, but you could have swore that Pravisco's eyes flashed red when he looked at you and then looked away.
Quick, someone throw a knife at him. It's too slow. It's too slow for the shield to block it. Oh, come on. I hope somebody got that. I'll be depressed if no one got that.
What the heck did I just do?
You did something, and I always forget which one of the things it is to take it off to. I'm not gonna worry about that. We'll get it back later. We'll get rid of it later. There's
There's a
you
flying dragon.
there it is. I got it.
I was trying to Control Z, but that wasn't working. It was making me walk backwards.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, as you guys get to the graveyard, off to the right, just on the outskirts of town, coming in from the other direction, from wherever that leads out to, you see that there is a cart. It's a merchant's cart, so it's obviously if somebody was traveling through or whatever the case may be. You can see that it's overgrown. The road itself is overgrown and really not used for however long, similar to the road you just came up on, although the road leading out of town in this direction is actually worse than the road coming in. So you can see that there's a cart stands abandoned in the middle of the road, and the cart itself is covered with a heavy tarp. The graveyard itself, as you guys approach, you can see that a crooked wrought iron archway stands at the entrance to the graveyard, which is overgrown like the rest of the village. Headstones sit at odd angles, some toppled completely. Small cairns rather than inscribed headstones mark graves toward the back. So from all intents and purposes, it looks like the graveyard from the front closest to you, and actually where you're at, there's a huge wrought iron archway. Like, it's not displayed on the map, but it's right here. There's this wrought iron archway that leads into the graveyard itself. There's no fence around the graveyard, just a small path that's sort of cleared out around it. But anyway, the front of the graveyard where you're at here, and up front and everything, looks like to be the older stones, and it looks like they had headstones and they're relatively spaced apart. Toward the back, however, back here, it looks like they were just a whole bunch of graves dug quickly, and there's no headstones, just a bunch of cairns. So a bunch of like mounds of earth and stuff that were there. No problem, Desmond. No problem at all. And so, Desmond, now that you're back, one thing I wanted to say is, as you guys were approaching the graveyard, Desmond, you are where you are right now. Paviskro kind of walked past you and looked in your direction, and as he did, you swear that his eyes flashed a red. Like he had red demon-like eyes as he sort of looked at you, and then he turned away and walked away, and the eyes looked normal again. But that did catch your attention as you walked up. But the graveyard itself, like I said,
earlier before that too.
Yeah, right before then.
He's
Nyla
here.
Thought that. Yeah. Oh, he's here.
He's here.
Make it.
Super late, but I am here.
You're possessed.
Hey.
I am.
We don't know what's going on. We don't know.
Okay.
So, what we're gonna do? So I know, since Paviskro just got here as late as he did, folks out on the stream, I appreciate you guys hanging with us. Normally we stop at 11:30, but what we're gonna do here is we're gonna stop where we're at, and I'm gonna do kind of a once through of what has been happening as the party came through town. And I'm going to give a description to the various places in town that Paviskro would know about, but he has not seen. So, basically, the story is this, Paviskro, if you haven't had a chance to go back, I know you've missed a couple of our last streams. The party having destroyed and first of all, before we go any farther, I really appreciate everybody out in the stream tonight. We're probably not going to get much farther than we are now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give a recap for Paviskro, since Adam has been very, very busy with his new job because he's important like that and they require him to be there, as opposed to guys like me who have no real need to be at the job, and they're like, yeah, come and go whenever you want. So, hey, I appreciate it, Gomrin. Thanks, man. I very much appreciate the love. And so anyway, what we're going to do here is I'm just going to take a few minutes to kind of go through, what has transpired since Paviskro was last with us. And then we'll switch over to the after party after that. So I hope you'll stay with us, through the after party. If you cannot, that's totally okay. But players, we're going to go ahead and stop where we're at right now, just so I can go back and give Paviskro a complete rundown and recap. So at least he's got the vast majority of everything in his brain going forward, if he ever decides to grace us with his presence again. And if he doesn't, he'll be able to take it to his grave, and then he'll know what happened up until this point.
I'm actually
So-
checking my schedule for the next game.
Yeah, dude, it really is okay, man. It's totally all right. So when the party completed the mission to destroy the Sturgeon Blood Totem, they think they caught. Were you there? When was the last stream you were on, Adam? Before I go,
We were
where should I pick
escaping
up
from that. We were escaping from that.
Okay.
I don't think we'd made it out of the cave yet, but we had
Yep,
gotten pretty
okay.
close. There were sulfurous
So
fumes
you
following
guys
us.
escaped, having completed the Sturgeon Blood destruction. You guys managed to escape the Underdark, but when you came to the top, you found that Mount Hellspar was smoking and on the verge of erupting, which is no bueno because the Mount Hellspar has been a dormant volcano within the Kreistrich region for centuries. And so now, however, it looks like it's becoming much more active, and you believe that it's because of the destruction of the Sturgeon Blood Totem, although if anybody asks you, like, yeah, it's nothing to do with what we did, totally separate things. As you recall, the spirit of Orlok Sturgeon Blood said, if you destroy my totem, you will release whatever we've trapped below here. And so now the fear may be that there was some legitimate concern as the things that he had trapped down there that are now released, one of which is causing Mount Hellspar to potentially erupt. Not quite there yet, but it's going that route. It did, however, cause some large earthquakes and whatnot that caused heavy avalanches within the region, and so the gnomes in the communities in the mountains have been cut off as they try to dig themselves out of the avalanche caused by the earthquakes, which was in turn caused by your releasing whatever it was from destroying the Sturgeon Blood Totem. Your party hauled ass, left the mountains to get back to Kreistrich. You were on your way to Traff, but you stopped in Kreistrich to sort of recuperate. And while you were there, you discovered that young Mina had gone missing. And so everybody loves a good Mina adventure. And you guys found that she and the youngest son of Torben Ironboot of the Ironboot mining group, he runs the mines in Kreistrich. His son, along with Mina, went missing into a place they called the Caves of Silence. The Caves of Silence were an old mine that long ago collapsed, caused some issues. They eventually abandoned it because it sort of dried up. But then they started calling it the Caves of Silence because literally whatever went in there, it was like no sound whatsoever. And so you guys discovered that there were creatures known as dark mantles in there, as well as a bunch of spiders, and in particular a phase spider was at the root of it all. But the reason they called it the Caves of Silence is because there was some strange material in the rock of the caves that literally, if you come within a couple feet of it, any sound is completely absorbed. It doesn't, no sound whatsoever. And Perrenland knew that that was the same or similar materials used in silent spells. There's a little vein of it there. So the party managed to save Mina and her friend, and of course were once again hailed as the heroes of Kreistrich, so that name is becoming sort of a household name in the region. You then went back to Traff to talk to the Guild of Magi to report the destruction of the totem. And while you were rescuing Mina, you guys had an encounter with a spirit. You thought it was a miner at first, or somebody who used to know miners that were lost within the mines. Apparently there was a family heirloom that they had lost, and he was trying to recover it, but he was too afraid to go in because he wasn't any kind of an adventurer. But you guys found him out to be some kind of an apparition. And so you went, and while you were dealing and getting Mina, you found this old family heirloom signet ring. And after looking at it, you thought it was pretty cool and you would check it out. So after reporting to the Guild of Magi and Traff, you guys went to the library and to the local historical society trying to figure any information that you could find out about this signet ring. And you managed to find a book that discussed, and it actually had a cover on the book that had the same symbol that was embossed on this signet ring. And there was a family by the name of the Grossmildens. Now, the Grossmilden family was a family that ran mines in a small village or a small town called Vermeulen. Something happened in Vermeulen. A mining accident caused the deaths of several miners, if not the majority of the miners. It was a very bad accident that happened some 70, 80 years ago. And so what followed after that was even worse, as something strange was happening in the village as people were disappearing, and it got to the point where people actually left the village. It wasn't worth trying to rebuild the mines. There was too much danger. People were just kind of freaking out and going crazy. And so a lot of people left, and everybody else sort of doesn't know what happened to whoever remained there. But the bottom line is the town was abandoned. Well, it just so happened that one of the Grossmilden children obviously escaped from the region and went off on his own, and he became a miner for the caves where the Caves of Silence were, and he rose up through the ranks and became a rather good mine manager up until the calamity where the mine there collapsed, and then all the spiders and all the other stuff happened. And so they believe that it was his spirit of this son of the Grossmilden family who had worked the mines and lost the ring and was trying to find it. And so the party grabbed the ring. They traveled. Now they have just arrived at the town of Vermeulen. The town is as advertised. It is overgrown. It is collapsed. Think Dagavak, only it's not like an evil temple area. It's just a village. But many buildings have collapsed. It's winter time, so dead trees, branches without leaves. They're now investigating the graveyard. But what's most strange is, as you guys first arrived in town, Desmond sunk into himself and expanded his horizons, and he discovered that there were fae in the area, and fae that were not your familiars. There are fae in the region. Don't know how many, don't know where they're at, but they're in this valley within a few miles of town. And so as you guys have been moving through town, strange things have been going on. There was a strange howling shriek that echoed through the village that you couldn't see where it came from. You've been seeing things but not seeing things. You see shadows move out of the corner of your eye. When you go to turn to look, it's not there. Desmond swears that he was being looked over his shoulder as something was watching him. It got to be to the point where he couldn't. It was like an itch in the middle of his back. He couldn't scratch, and so he whipped around with his sword to catch whatever it was looking at him, but there was nothing there. And now Nilo and Desmond both have sort of accused Paviskro of not being Paviskro, because Nilo, her vision became blurred and something happened, and she looked and she saw Paviskro looked like Paviskro, but he wasn't Paviskro. There was something that she just couldn't figure it out, but there's something different. And Desmond saw your eyes flash sort of a demonic red as it was looking at him, and then you looked away and everything became normal again. People are hearing things whispered in their ears, and so everybody's a little bit on edge as you've arrived at this graveyard, as you passed all the way through town. And last but not least, here are the various descriptions that you would have heard as you first arrived at the village. The village is eerily quiet. Plants and wildlife have overtaken the crumbling houses. Leafless vines climb rotting walls. Birds and other small creatures nest in the exposed rafters of broken down houses, and gnarled trees protrude from the fallen roofs of a few buildings. So you can tell how long this town has been decrepit and overrun, because there are literally trees growing out from the center of the house going through the roof. The overcast sky adds an air of oppression in this scene, seeming to envelop the entire village. And that oppression comes in the form of, like I said, not just the eerily quiet, but it's very cold. It's, well, not very, but it's like in the low 30s, mid 20s, a very, very light breeze. There's this hazy sort of mist that covers the entire valley that as you're walking through, I liken it to sort of an old Wolfman movie as you're walking. It's not quite that thick, but it's sort of like that unease. And it is getting dark out, by the way.
Mhm.
As you approached in off to the left-hand side, you can see what looks to be the remains of an old inn of some kind. And next to it looks to be some kind of a shop. You're not sure what it was, but there are two buildings that, at least out of all the buildings that have collapsed and fallen apart, there are at least 2 or 3 or 4 buildings that look like they remained relatively intact, comparatively speaking. In the center of town, or at the very head of town, is a mansion of stone structure that, although it's overgrown and in disrepair, it's made of stone for the most part, so it actually is weathered fairly well. It's a grand 2-story brick house. It's fallen prey to time and the elements like the rest of the village, but it remains in better shape than most of the smaller houses. Heavy wooden double doors are flanked by dark windows, and chimneys anchor the buildings at each corner. The masonry is crumbling. In front of the house looms a wide, leafless tree. Its gnarled branches reach toward the clouds like twisted fingers, and its rough bark is pockmarked with large knots and beetle holes. And as you walked by the tree, you actually noted that there was one huge knot in the side of the tree that was hollowed out almost. It's like a hole like a big knot sticking out, but there's a hole you could put your fist in, and it was like full of nuts and leaves and stuff, almost like a squirrel's nest. And as you get to the graveyard, a crooked wrought iron archway stands at the entrance to the graveyard, which is overgrown like the rest of the village. Headstones sit at odd angles, some toppled completely. Small cairns, rather than inscribed headstones, mark the graves toward the back, indicating that at the last days of this grave being filled, they didn't seem like they had time to make headstones for everything. They were just burying the bodies and stuff, and so you can see where the bodies lay, but there's no headstones marking those graves because obviously it didn't. They weren't able to finish it, or there were too many going on, and they just never had enough time to get all the headstones carved out. So that's kind of where you guys are now. That's where you've just arrived, and that's where we are going to end tonight's session. I am glad you were able to make it, though, Adam. I appreciate you making the effort to get here at the last minute. I know you weren't able to do nothing. But I've done what I can not to kill you. Oh, by the way, you did fight a wyvern on the way here. And,
wonderful.
And Desmond took 38 hit points of damage in one shot. So yeah, fortunately you guys ran him off.
Yeah.
And you went up and you smacked him twice with your hammer, saying, "Be gone, damage, be gone." And
yeah, that's how I do it.
Yep. So you have. By the way, I haven't did it in D&D Beyond or anything, but you have cast healing twice. I did it through the app here. I did, and I cast it as a 2nd level spell slot. So you cast 2 2nd level Cure Light Wounds because he was down really bad.
Is that all I cast?
Yeah. Other than cantrips,
yeah. How you
Other
feeling
than cantrips, yeah. How you doing, though, man? How's it been? You been okay?
Yeah, it's just been busy at work.
Yeah, I get it.
I got like what I'm gonna call definitely not a promotion, and by that I mean I'm taking on new responsibilities, but my title doesn't change. So it's one of those. It's one of those things. Basically, I am now responsible for any new product we get in has to go through me.
That's
and
fun.
I update the inventory and all that sort of stuff. I talk to the vendors, make sure they're not like trying to not give us the things that we're owed, that sort of thing that we bought. And as far as I understand, I'm doing it with someone else. So like they have some days, I have other days, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So I wanna demo this for Pervisco now that he's here, so he can see it. I added a new module onto my my VTT. So
do I need to open it up?
Actually.
Night, everyone. I have to run.
Have a good night.
Good night, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you already left, Desmond. I wasn't gonna bother you, man. So yeah,
Nope,
dude. Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, man. Hope I know you had to go run help your wife. Hope everything's okay. But in the meantime, see you next time.
See you next time.
See you next time.
Bye.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can do it by just watching the stream if you want to, Adam.
See you
if you don't
next
want.
time.
That's great.
Oh, he read left.
Yep. So I am actually going to send this to. I'm going to do you a Gomrin. I know you're still out there because the Gomrin loves this shit. I'm actually going to, I haven't tried it yet tonight with an actual person. I've done it with, I said, hey, let's go ahead and just send it to the group and see if the group will do it. Anybody in the group can do it, but I'm going to specifically send this to a Gomrin. So I added this module now. As everybody knows, you can turn in your tokens to give the group a nat 1 or a nat 20. Well, I've actually added a tier 2 of this potentially, where for more money somebody in chat can actually roll the dice for you. And so I'm going to, good night. I am going to send this out to chat to a Gomrin, and I'm going to say, a Gomrin, I want a 1d20. So as you can see, it says the GM is requesting a Gomrin to roll. So you type exclamation GM space 1d20. Hopefully it'll work. I know it worked with...
yeah, it worked earlier.
Yep, of course it doesn't work for a specific person. That pisses me off. All right, so it didn't work for a specific, but I guess I can just keep doing it the way I've been doing it. So let me go ahead and do it with nobody specific, but I'll just ask a Gomrin to do it. That kind of blows. All right, so go ahead and do it again, Agomrin. Oh, no, it's not roll, it's GM. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead and do it again. And this
hold
time
on,
work.
stream chat.
As you can
rolled
see,
an 18.
Yeah, I know. So now as you see, though, for some reason it works with if I don't specify somebody, but if I do specify somebody, it won't do it. So basically what they can do now is they can say, I want to roll for Perviskro. And what that means is if they turn their coins in and say the next time Perviskro has to roll, whatever that roll is, the person in chat that signed up for it gets to roll for you. So they can just roll the script in chat, then it'll roll the dice on our VTT. And so,
okay.
So that's going to hit some. And Desmond was like, if I die because you give me a shitty roll, I'm going to make the most annoying elf character to replace him, and I'm going to put him in this channel.
Oh, yeah.
So,
just make a male elf and, for simplicity's sake, name it Melf,
Male high elf.
Yeah.
High elf. Has to be a high elf.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're going to make a Kender. There we go. All right. So for those of you that can hang out with us, as you know the drill, we always move over to the after party. So I'm going to shift over to the after party right now. Players, I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Perviskro, I appreciate you making the effort to get to us. I know it was late, but hey, man, at least you got the relative backstory of what's going on.
Yeah, it was definitely very informative.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun too. So I am going to, it sounds to me like Tariq just fell asleep on us. He's over there snoring. So.
Oh, there he goes.
That was me. I dropped him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you dropped him?
Yeah, I'm on, remember?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you dropped that. I didn't mind listening to a snore. That's totally okay.
I'm going not hearing the snores.
Yeah.
I'm sliding over to open now.
I'm moving over to the open chat right now, so if you guys want to join me, let's go.
I'll move.
And we are over there. Woo! Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Quick save. Every little bit helps, man. I tell you, every little bit helps.
I will say I have to step away for like 2 seconds, but I'll be right back.
Okay. So for those that haven't followed us before or don't know what this is all about, this is our after party. What I like to do after every game is just sort of hang out for a little while, shoot the breeze, talk about either the game, talk about anything that we want to talk about. You guys as chat are more than welcome to join us. Just join our Discord, come on into the open chat, shoot the breeze with us. You can kind of hang out if you want to. If not, you can just stay here and chat. We're not going anywhere. But I really appreciate that you guys are hanging out with us as long as you do. It was a pretty good game tonight, man. I thought we made some decent progress. I do what I can lately instead of I don't want to prolong the across the country travel because it's been you guys left on, it was like the 22nd. It was the 22nd of readying, and now it's already like the 6th of cold even. So you guys went through like it's been a week now since you guys been traveling. So we're actually burning daylight now. So I actually like it where we're actually going through. So, yep, it was good. So everybody out there in chat, like I said, if you haven't clicked follow button, need to do so, man. Quit your lollygagging. If you want to
lollygagging.
if you want to subscribe, I'd appreciate the subscribe. Even Corvus, Nilo subscribes to this channel, and it's not just because he's a player. It's because he knows the quality of. Okay, it's a shit show, but still, it's the quality entertainment. For a shit show, it's quality entertainment. So we have a good time, and I really do appreciate everybody that hangs out with us every game, man. I'm glad that we're able to provide stuff on a Friday night that people are willing to watch. Instead of going out and watching the girls in the bathtubs or the pools or whatever it is that they do in the middle of their living rooms or whatever. So, hey, Iger, how you doing, brother? Appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, man.
Hey,
hopefully the game was enjoyable. For those that don't know, Iger is one of our first edition players. He gets to kill things on Monday nights, whereas this group gets to kill things every other Friday. So he gets twice as much fun as the group does here. So, yeah, man, I saw you out there. I didn't know you were there for the whole game, man. I really appreciate it, dude. That was awesome. Thanks for hanging out.
Certain. I have to say I was very entertained by Monkey's choice of spell phrases.
Quicksilver, no. We actually, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. I feel awkward saying that with Arthur here because Arthur was unable to continue in our 1E game just because of his work schedule, which is fine. But we have him sort of stuck with the group because I got
hirelings.
Yeah,
what
he didn't lose them. They just stayed back in the quarry. They're waiting for him to return.
You guys are still in that area, right?
They've gone against their. Do you remember in our 5E game, you guys went against the last thing that we did before the pandemic and everything sort of shut us down was you guys were going after the slavers in the Temple Church and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you went down in the sewers and everything. Yeah, that's where they're at right now.
Okay. Neat.
So
shame they don't have of such a simple illusion spell to make it look like there's a nothing there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What happened?
Makara used a very simple illusion spell to hide everybody.
Right. So in this case, we left your hirelings over in Dark Shelf after they cleaned out Dark Shelf, and then you guys went across the water to Highport, where you're. In this case, you were asked to help a priest of Tritherion who has a underground railroad. He's smuggling slaves out of the city. Well, the city is sort of caught on, and they've clamped down, and it has been very difficult for him to move his slaves out. So he asked the party to come in and help track a path from the ocean caves up through the cave complex into the town below in the sewers and stuff below the town. So they did that. However, apparently the guy that hired them was captured by the slavers, and now his group has said, please go find him because he's like the key to the vault. You know, he knows everything about our our underground railroad. I mean, and so the party is going in trying to discover where he's at and stuff. And so they've just begun that. But yeah, we left your hirelings back in Dark Shelf.
About that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then long story short, I got a replacement for Arthur, who's the magic user in our first edition game. But unfortunately, when I was bringing the player in, I guess I feel bad because I really didn't involve him at all at the first half of the session because the party had one room to clear before they got to where they would meet this new player and replace Arthur. And it took them half a session to get through that one room.
Wow.
Took them like 45 minutes to figure out just how to cross the sewer. So
Man, I know that feeling.
That player literally left the session, left the Discord server, refused to answer me when I said, hey, dude, I'm really sorry. You know, I mean, I wasn't expecting it to take that long. I apologize. Come on back, man. We got you ready to go. But he never responded. And so I had a replacement for Arthur, but then I lost a replacement for Arthur. So right now I'm keeping Arthur as I run him as an NPC. So
yeah,
I mean, that's real apology, dude. There's no apology at all. It's totally expected, you know. So it's no big deal at all. I mean, Arthur was a great character. I think that you were doing your thing in 1E Hopefully, whatever you did play was enjoyable. But someday
I enjoyed it.
If you get a day off or whatever, someday we'll bring you in as a one shot or something like that if you want to play. So
yeah, if I find a job that has better pay, my schedule might change. If
yeah.
I'm using this one to primarily to like pay for school again because I wanted to finish some stuff at UCF that I didn't get to finish.
Cool.
Because when I got hit by that truck. So
yeah, yep.
yeah. But we'll see what happens. I really did like the experience of playing in 1E. It's given me a new perspective on the game, and
There's a lot of overlap that you can take if you want to really deadly up 5e. There's a lot of stuff you could do.
Yeah, and there's also like just in general, like playing as Arthur really made me rethink like my strategy when I play like 5e, and how I like to play my wizards and stuff. So, and also as a DM, like there's a few things from first edition that I've kind of implemented in my game. Not so much for deadliness, because
right.
My party already thinks I'm plenty deadly. He's trying to kill us is a very common sentence that's been said at my table.
Yeah. By the way, you'll be happy to know that although they're not shown on this map, you guys have 3 hirelings.
Oh, that's great.
Desmond just bought them.
That's awesome.
Yep. It's Eddie, Samuel, and
Garth.
There we go.
I like it.
Yep,
like
their tokens are actually in general.
Yeah, if you look in the general chat, Monkey, while we're talking, Monkey whipped out 3 NPC hirelings.
And he also has 2 dogs.
Yeah, awesome. And he bought 2 dogs. And I told him, I said, it's going to be, I'm gonna actually do real world check and see how long does it take to train a dog before they're even viable whatsoever at like, say, helping to track or something like that. Because these pups are only like 2 months old, right? And so
if they're trained at a young age, they can be trained relatively quickly.
Relatively quickly to me is a year, right? So I mean, there's animals that take years and years of training to do a lot of stuff, right? But so what I'm doing is right now, you guys left on, it was the 22nd of the month when you guys left Traft to get to this village, and it's now the 6th of the next month. So it took you almost 2 weeks. 22nd to the 28th is 6, and then 12 days it's taken you to get from Traft to here. So it's taken you a while.
Right.
So anyway. Yep, but quick save, go ahead and 2E has animal handling proficiency that gives a timeline for tricks. Yep, good to know, Agamrin. I knew there was stuff in there. I'm going to have to look that up. And maybe we'll incorporate the 2E stuff here into 1E so that we can, because he wants them to be able to help on tracking and maybe even combat per se. But we've decided the hirelings are just going to be torchbearers, and the only time they have to fight is if they're physically attacked themselves.
I think that seems fair.
So, yeah.
My train coon dogs fairly. They take down wild boar 400 pounders. Sort of like Monkey Burger's snoring.
Yeah. I can tell you, one of my players in my 5e game that I run on Wednesdays, whenever I have the time, they've recruited 12 bandits, actually.
Really? That's cool.
Well, the way I've been running most of my combats, I stole the morale system from first edition that I was reading a lot about while I was playing.
Yes.
Yep, and so when they managed to kill, they kind of intentionally I didn't tell them I was doing this, but they kind of intentionally targeted the leaders and asked the others, like demanded that the others surrender or be fucking murdered.
Right.
And in 5e, 4th level characters are like fucking gods compared to a lowly bandit with like his 10 hit points and his like +2 to hit. So he recruited Zerkane is the character's name, and he his whole gist is that he is foreign nobility that was displeased with the way his father is running his kingdom, and doesn't really want to wait to inherit it, and so he's decided to go out there and kind of start his own. He's starting with nothing, of course, but he is offered these people amnesty for their crimes if they should serve him. And for now, their options are basically serve him or leave this land and never come back. And they don't really have nowhere to go, so they're just kind of going along with it. And I'm not expecting any of them to get an alignment shift anytime soon, but as long as it's in their interest, they'll work with him.
Yeah. By the way, just so you know, in one of the I forget which session it was, but I think it was on the 18th. So whatever that session was on February 18th, they did a search of somebody and they found one of the bodies had 4 silver coins in his crotch, and so they gave him the Paviscro because nobody else wanted to touch him.
Look in
That's what you get for not being here, dude.
Loot. Look in loot.
Yeah, it's in the.
Hey man, I've worked like retail and like food enough that I've had people have handed me money that's come out of all sorts of places. I don't even think about it at this point.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
exactly.
I intentionally no longer carry my wallet in my pocket because of the couple bills I passed to people.
Mm-hmm.
It's disgusting.
Thanks,
you also got 500 gold for finishing the totem quest.
Noted.
So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that and post it in the Perrenland campaign or Perrenland notes.
To be clear, we are still level 4, correct?
Yes.
I see.
I'm actually keeping track. I'm actually keeping track of what you guys kill and whatnot. So that even though I'm doing it by milestone, I'm still approximating how much experience you guys get. So that I can kind of see. Once you guys get to 8th level, it's going to be we're going to switch from milestone to experience based.
Okay, I guess whatever works. But
yeah, because by then I'm like, I don't want to track the experience for you guys anymore. There's a lot of experience you got to get to go up to 9th level, and I'll just let you guys track it yourself. So
I actually think like milestone is more work for the DM at this point. Like with tools like the D&D Beyond Encounter Builder and other ones like I think Cobalt Fight Club like 3 is a thing or something.
Yep.
Like EXP is easy now.
Yeah.
So Sean, how'd the talk with your accountant go?
She is not a fan.
She is not a fan.
She is not a fan of spending that much for a piece of paper picture. So.
Yeah, I figured you'd.
Yeah, I meant to. I was actually gonna send it to you in just like a private chat. I don't see spending that much. The problem is that I don't want to have somebody do all the work and then pay them. I would rather do at least part money up front. But then the problem is that if it really isn't what I'm looking for or I like, then I just wasted that much money. So it's I'm kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
Art is hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good Reddits though for finding artists for D&D art. I will just put that out there, and a lot of them have like portfolios that you can browse through.
Oh yeah, we were looking at a Buddy, which is the same. I always go to Buddy for all of my party artwork, and they are also the one that did the Nihilo art, but they're very anime-ish.
Yeah,
which is not everybody's cup of tea. I can think of a couple that's super realistic. That's way more realistic, but they either have full schedules or are way more expensive.
Realistic is expensive, yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, it's the same person that did the last one I got with the werewolf.
I can't say I remember it, unfortunately. It's been a little while. And I've been really distracted.
In that one.
Yeah,
you were playing the sorcerer.
I remember that.
Played the sorcerer for the one fight, and that's it. And then probably right afterward.
I know the artwork you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna be ready to. We can hang out on the Discord, definitely. I plan to hang out here, but I will say that I'm getting ready to raid. We're gonna go with the Darling Creep Show. Everybody has to get over there and give her a hard time. When you get over there, if you're gonna stay with us, we're gonna raid Darling Creep Show. She's painting minis. If you've ever watched her stream, she does a lot of. She's like horror based, like to the max, and all the horror based and things. So all the games that she plays are all like scary horror and there's some pretty dark shit that she plays, and I really like a lot of her stuff. But she paints minis, and one of the things I love is, if she's doing it tonight, I'm not sure. I know she's painting. However, she puts on old-time black and white, like Bela Lugosi type movies and shit while she's doing it, and she streams that while we're playing and stuff. It's hilarious. I love it. But anyway, I appreciate all y'all staying out there with us. Like I said, we're gonna get ready to raid. Let me get this set up here. Let's go to, there she is. Definitely looks like she's still painting and stuff. So we're gonna set up the raid on her. Oh, what happened? Okay, that's why I screwed it up. Let's try this again. We're gonna set it up. There we go. And we're gonna raid. And when you guys get over there, give her a hard time and tell her it's about time she followed Perrenland Adventures, because she came in tonight and just now tonight followed us. I've raided her like a dozen times, man, and she just now followed us tonight. She's like, I'm so sorry. I thought that I had already done it. I was like, whatever. So when you get over there, if you hang with us, at least give her a hard time saying it's about time you followed Perrenland. I really appreciate you guys hanging with us. Looks like we got 11 people going over there. That is awesome. If you have not followed her, I encourage you to follow her. She may not be your cup of tea, but she's really good people. And to top it all off, she's a bartender. So she knows what guys like, man. So she get out there and pop a top with us and stuff. So when it all comes down to it, as I said over and over before, if you are in a world that you can be anything that you want to be, all we ask is that you be kind. Hidden the raid now. Talk to you guys next time.
See ya.
That's beautiful. Look at that horse's eyes. He's mad. He's wild.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Perrenland Adventures, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody. Oh, look, the queen of the mods, Little Bones, on it. She's on it.
Oh, there you are.
Easy clap.
Corvus Bray, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the call. Hello, everybody. If you don't know who I am, I'm Darling Creepshow. I'm your resident creep. Normally I play D&D games, and I paint D&D minis like this little ding dong here. We've been working on him tonight. I'll give you a little look-sees. My little eye beast. Isn't he fantastic?
I love that. That is a good paint job.
It is a very good one, yeah.
Captain Howdy, do you think my mom's pretty? That's what he says. I don't know why I wanted to quote The Exorcist, but I felt it like bubbled up and it came out. Oh, man. Oh, Perrenland, Jesus Christ. I'm so embarrassed that I hadn't followed you. I'm so stupid. I could have sworn, because normally when people raid me, I go and I follow their accounts. Because I always like to repay the favor, obviously. It's a very nice thing to do. But you're all my buddies, too. Like, I know you guys. You guys come and hang out. So, my bad. I'm a ding-dong. But, so tonight, we were watching the Gamers movie trilogy. We just finished the Gamers, The Hands of Fate, and all those are done. So now we are moving on to awesomely
All right. Y'all have
bad
yourself a
public
good night now.
domain fantasy
All right, dude.
films.
See you next time.
We're gonna watch
too.
The Magic Sword from 1962. We'll see how far we make it. I can't stay up super late tonight. I gotta get up early in the morning, but Beholderkin looks amazing. Thank you, Perrenland. Yeah, I've been really cranking it out. I don't even want to admit how many hours I have in this guy so far, because I'm obsessed with him and I want him to look perfect. That beholder has had dental work done. Not buying it.
Not a beholderkin, but a zombie beholder.
Nice. Yeah, she did a good job on it. It was kind of funny the other night we kind of raided into her and she kept showing the tongue. I'm like, you have a tongue fetish, man. What is up with that?
Oh, wow.
I'm amazing. Oh my god, you guys, the fucking cheesy eye jokes tonight are killing me. They're killing me, Bones. They're fucking killing me with cheesy jokes all night.
Are you ready? Are you ready for it?
Give it to me.
God damn.
My earpiece fell out and it fell on the floor. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta get on the floor.
The eye rolls of all eye rolls.
Old people aren't supposed to get under their desks.
Jesus fucking Christ. Y'all are killing me. Oh
Like,
God, wandering.
Man, whenever our customers or anything like that, like,
I'm gonna damage an optic
like leave
nerve
trash
over
around or something like that, I don't even bother
You want
picking
to
up.
see something
I
else
just
that's
grab.
been
We
really
have
fun
we have one of
tonight?
those claw things, you know, one of those grippers.
Right.
Man, I haven't had to bend over at work in the longest time. Makes me feel real good because I do not have the best back.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's genetic or whatnot, but I should not have this much problems at this age.
Yeah, well, I've been hoping you've been doing all right, man. We kind of every week we're like, hopefully Adam can make it because it's like I'm the driving force of this game when you're not here. It's like prodding, gonna get a cattle prod and start people. Like, come on,
yeah,
guys, I can't drive the conversation.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
And I rag on Monkey, but it's like, Monkey, it's your turn. Monkey, oh yeah, just looking for my character sheet. No, you're not. You're over there doing some artwork or something for your what's the word I'm looking for? He has a Roll20 account that he sells on.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, it's difficult. Especially going from I've played with a lot of people at UCF, like, and it's a mixed bag of people. Back when I used to go there consistently, and like you get groups that everyone's really like reserved and like doesn't really want to like lead, you know what I mean? Or like, you know, they kind of want to be along for the ride. And then you get people who are really, really like they have things they want to do and they will let you know that they want to do them.
Yep.
I think I'm in the second camp, frankly. But it is really difficult when people want to be there but don't like engage in the same way. I have one of those players in my game right now. He has a really hard time. He really wants to play D&D with his friends because we're all really good friends. We've known each other for years. But he I think he has. I'm pretty sure he has ADD. I haven't talked to him about it in a while, but and he has a really hard time paying attention in our games. And like being an active like participant, except for when it's in combat and it's his turn, in which case he's generally okay. But all the other time he's kind of spacey, and it's difficult to engage people like that.
Yep.
Nothing against them, just
and
it's
that's
tough.
what I said. I rag on Monkey, and I'm like, it's your turn, Monkey.
Yeah, I know.
Monkey, it's your turn.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
It's all good though.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately, we've kind of found something that works for us. It's going to be different for everyone, but he just needs a certain amount of stimulation. Like, he needs to have like music that fits with an atmosphere that fits, and like something he can kind of like, you know, mess with, but not like distract from the game. So, fortunately, we're able to set it up that because Tailspire is kind of like a 3D board for him, like it's helped him a lot. Back when we did 2D, it was a lot harder because he can like kind of explore the map and like spin things around and like take all sorts of weird camera angles with when he unlocks the when we turn the camera lock off, and he can just kind of you know see things from different players' perspectives and shit like that. And it gives him something that he can engage with like mentally while he's like, you know, interacting with like the game.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it helps him keep focused rather than like, I don't know, play on a Nintendo Switch while we're also playing D&D, which is a thing that we've had a problem with in the past. But
yeah, that's the one thing that's hard about virtual, especially when nobody's on camera, is You know, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Okay, could have said something.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, I've definitely gotten up to go like get drinks or like a snack from the kitchen and stuff like that. But I have like my headset on because it's wireless.
Yeah.
So I get that, and I've also like gotten messages in the middle of the game, and I'm just like, let me just check this real quick. I kind of draw the line at. Well, I mean, it could always be something important. But I kind of draw the line at like playing a video game while you're doing D&D. Like, if you're doing those at the same time, there's a problem. So I generally, I don't do that, and if I found out any of my players would do that, we'd have to have a conversation about it because it's just not like I'm not here for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what this movie is she's watching. She probably said
of the palace. Yeah, that motherfucker don't look real at all.
Neither does the knight.
You get some good shit going on. But I am going to hop off here, guys.
All right, man. You have a good night.
Like I said, man, I'm glad to see you come back. I know you missed in the whole game, really, but you got to the end. But at least you got to pop in to say hi to everybody. So
yeah, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, now
unfortunately,
I could just get Austin to come back.
Yeah, unfortunately, my dude bumped his head and kind of needed to go home.
Dude, that's right.
Yeah, he might have had a concussion. We're not 100% sure. So
I'm like I said, I don't have any issue whatsoever if somebody's like, "Hey, man, got work, can't make it," you know.
Yeah.
But at least you're letting me know. You know,
Yeah.
let us know ahead of time and shit like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think 2 weeks from now, I'm scheduled 5 a.m. to 2 Friday. I don't know what the next day is going to look like. If it's not another 5 to 2, which it shouldn't be, because that's only supposed to be when I'm doing the MRA stuff and that sort of thing. Like it shouldn't be 5 to 2. As long as it isn't, I should be good to play.
What about do you have any plans on St. Patrick's Day?
When is I don't know when that is.
17th, I think, of March.
Not that I know of. So actually, I'm gonna have to ask my Curse of Strahd DM if he's running that week. Because he runs like every other week or something. And I'm gonna ask him what he's doing. I don't know if everyone else has plans for St. Patty's Day yet. So
yeah. I only asked because I was thinking about doing a one shot St. Patrick's Day special. If not, then I might take the 5e game and make that a one shot St. Patty's Day special. So we'll have to see.
Okay, yeah. Just keep me in the loop, and I'll let you know if I'm gonna assume that I do have plans, but if I don't, I'll let you know. Okay.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah, I haven't.
What are you gonna
100% decide. What's that?
What are you gonna do? Drive out all the pagans?
Why?
That's St. Patty's Day. That's what it's about.
Oh wow.
Why would I want to do that? No, I was thinking about doing some kind of evil leprechaun one, just based on some shit like that or whatever. So.
And here I was thinking, let's go like a all paladin one shot. Let's go.
Ooh, there we go.
Dave's fault.
Yep, there we go. Oh, we could have our bard troop.
Yeah,
you're the flute player. You're the acrobat. You're the whatever.
Definitely could do that.
Yep. But anyway, it was just a thought. I'm thinking about doing something in the free city of Greyhawk. Not sure what, but in the free city, I was thinking of doing it. So
fair enough.
All right, man. But I'm gonna bail so I can clean this stuff up and get my stream posted out there and get all the other stuff ready to go. So
y'all have a good night.
I will see you next time, man. And if you can't make the stream, you can at least watch the stream, dude. So come by sometime. If you can't play the one, you can at least come watch us.
I'll see what I can do about that.
Yeah, no worries, man. Just dragging on you. We'll see you next time.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, see you. All right, Iger, take care, brother.